We are live! Welcome once again to the True Mouse Games YouTube channel and to another D&D one-shot. This time the one-shot is called The Price of Blood. We have 4 players and you will, as always, be seeing some more of their characters very soon. This is a 3rd level one-shot, as usual, set in my realm of Orelon. And those of you who have seen some of my one-shots before know that Orelon is this massive kingdom that was once, about 15 years ago, pretty influential, very rich, but then was struck by this terrible plague, the Red Death, that killed about 20 to 25% of the population, including most of the ruling family. And with just one boy, one princeling remaining, no one was there to keep the machinations and the schemes of the nobles and the high priests and such in check. And with the nobles and high priests busy in, weaving nets of schemes around each other, there was very little of resource left to care for the people of the country. So the people of Orelon have suffered in the last 10 years quite a bit, especially in the more outlying provinces and in the more dangerous, the more territory that's further away from the main cities. And tonight's one-shot will be set in such a territory called the Westmorrow Hills. Now, the Westmorrow Hills are a fairly barren hill range to the northwest, actually fairly close to the ocean, which is the very western part, the very western border of the realm of Orelon. And in tonight's one-shot, our heroes have been called upon by the Church of Pellor to find one of their own. What they do know is that in the Westmorrow Hills, people have been always disappearing. There's always been all kinds of creatures running around there. But in the last 10 years, ever since the Red Plague, the whole thing has been getting even more severe. There's dozens and dozens of people have disappeared, travelers taking the road through the hills in the last 10 years or so. And there's also only one single village, a single small beacon of civilization in this wilderness. The village is called the village of Morrow. And the Church of Pellor is looking for one of their own, a young priest by the name of Brother Marcius. Brother Marcius said that he had a vision calling upon him, that the god Pellor himself had called upon him to go into the hills and extinguish the evil that was brewing there. And he went there with just one companion, the dwarven paladin Dwargrin Ironbeard. That was about a month ago, and ever since then, no one has heard or seen anything of those two. Now the Church of Pellor has put out word that they are looking for mercenaries to go into the Westmorrow Hills and find out what happened to those 2 brave souls. If they are alive, obviously bring them back. If they are dead, maybe find their bodies so they can be buried properly, or at least find their belongings, so the holy artifacts, like the holy symbols they were wearing and all that, can be retrieved and brought back by the church as a proof that they have been killed. As our adventure starts, we are in the small village of Greenbirch, about maybe 150 inhabitants or so, that lies on the very border, the eastern border of the Westmorrow Hills. It is an autumn afternoon. Actually, it is an autumn morning, and our heroes have arrived in the village a couple hours previously, and they are waiting for audience with a man called Father David, who is one of the priests of the Church of Pellor, and basically their employer in this mission. Now, before we start into the game, I will give our players the chance to introduce quickly in a more of a cinematic way, basically. So the 4 characters are assembled in front of the small shrine of Pellor that stands on the edge of the village itself, and the camera zooms past them, so to speak, looking at each of their characters for a few seconds. And yeah, so go ahead and a quick introduction, basically a quick description. What are you wearing? How armored? What's your class? What's your race? What are you doing at the moment? What weapons are you wearing? What armor are you wearing? That sort of stuff. It doesn't have to be very long, just a few sentences here and there. And we will be starting with our leftmost player on my video, and that would be Cathal, who is playing Jel Volen, a mountain dwarven paladin of the Totem of the Wolf. So go ahead, please. Yes, barbarian. Yes.
He's a barbarian. He's a mountain dwarf, as mentioned, a very stereotypical dwarf. Long dark hair going down to around the middle of his back. He's about 4.5 feet tall. Has a beard that goes to around the bottom of his neck. Is only carrying a great axe. Is not wearing any clothes because armor is for weaklings in his eyes. Not that he's ever going to say that. And right now he's just taking in the sights.
Okay, so you're not. Did you say you're not wearing any clothes, or do you mean he's not wearing any armor? Okay,
No armor.
I was just going to ask. Yeah.
No, he's just wearing a leather jerkin and some dark leather pants.
Yeah, it is fairly cold. Winter is coming, and autumn is it is already fairly late autumn. So the nights especially are very chilly. Anyway, moving on to our second player, which is Kevin, who is playing Jizad, a human bard of the lore, I believe. Yeah, a lore bard.
Yeah, lore bard. So yeah, as the camera swoops over, you kind of see him. If we're in front of a Church of Pellor, he's definitely in reverence, definitely showing respect to this place. He has a cane that he walks with, and the top of it is an orb with the symbol of Ayun, god of knowledge, on it. But he's wearing very nice clothes. Definitely you can tell that he's wearing leather armor underneath those very nice clothes. He's got a long coat that is lined with satin, purple satin, very nice and plush. Salt and pepper hair, carries a white handkerchief with him always, and tucked into his breast pocket is a pin whistle.
All right. And that was Jizad, our second character. Moving over to Marcus, who is playing Renozur. Now he's playing a half-orc infernal vessel. For those of you who have seen our dragon slaying one-shot, The White Death, recently, already know that the infernal vessel is basically a class that I came up with, a homebrew class that is still being play-tested. Well, tonight, I guess, amongst other ways. Basically what an infernal vessel is, it is a being that has a demon bound into himself, or demon or devil or other denizen of the lower planes. Basically, he is a being possessed, but with the vessel, the human, or in this case the half-orc, actually being in charge. So they have bound and summoned this creature into themselves, and the creature is imprisoned within their bodies by mystical means, and they are drawing forth some of the creature's power to use it to fight evil. They have to be very careful because if the seals on their body start to break, and if the control points are starting to feature within, the inner fiend might very well take control. We'll see if that happens tonight or not. But anyway, Marcus, go ahead and introduce your character Renozur to us a little bit.
Renozur is a very tall half-orc. He's wearing some kind of uniform, and with every bit of movement it gives noises of scales beneath away. He's carefully avoiding the eyes of the faithful in the area, and he's carrying a greatsword and some other weapons around. Yes.
All right. And last but not least, we have Barracus, who is our tiefling sorcerer, wild mage. So go ahead.
All right. So I am a tiefling sorcerer. I look pretty young, and I glance about like I've never seen anything around before in my life. I have glasses, red skin, and blue hair, and you can tell that it seems like I've lived in a library my whole life.
Okay, interesting. A cloistered tiefling. Okay.
Yes.
And that is our group for tonight. We'll see how they fare. So, as you are waiting outside and the morning slowly starts going over to noon, the doors of the shrine, which is a very small building, really just a one-room thing, where a couple of the faithful in the village come every now and then to pray. The door opens and you can see a young, what looks to be an acolyte, basically, of the Church of Pellor, with a sun symbol on his chest, white robes, stepping outside. He gives a small bow, looking a little bit around, like surprised to see this motley crew standing outside, and he says, "Forgive me, you are the mercenaries that Father David sent for, yes?"
And not.
That would be right, yes.
Oh,
Well, I don't know if I'm a mercenary, but sure.
Well, the father awaits inside. Please follow me. And he gives another quick, nervous bow and heads inside into the shrine. And you can see the interior of the shrine is nothing special. There's a sun disk on one wall, made of stone. There's a few wooden benches, a small altar made of wood as well, and there's a few simple carvings on the walls of different mythological like creatures and legends that involve Pellor. And there's an old man standing right next to the altar. He's facing away from you, so you can see long gray hair falling onto his shoulders, and what looks to be a fairly simple white robe, just pretty much the same thing that the acolyte is wearing. He seems to be leaning slightly on what looks to be a wooden cane made of polished brown wood, and he turns as you enter, and you can see this old man, very, very old, in fact. He's probably in his maybe even 70s or so. He looks like someone who's been very strong in his youth, very wide-shouldered and such, but now that he's aged, he has shrunken down, his muscles have shriveled, and he's slightly hunched over, as I said, trusting in his cane to support him to stand. And he has this very, very dark eyes, with a lot of his face is worn away by weather. He looks like a man who spent quite a bit of his life outside, basically. He is cleanly shaven. He has no beard, but long white hair falling down to his shoulders. He looks at you each in turn as you enter, and he says, "Welcome. My name is Father David. I thank you for following our call. You must be here for the quest, yes?"
Sure. I was sent here from Halvak to investigate the disappearance of Brother Marcius.
Yes, I am happy to hear it. So, I can offer each of you 200 gold for this mission if you bring back Brother Marcius and Dwargrin Ironbeard either alive or their bodies, or at least their holy symbols if you can. And maybe if you can find it, Master Ironbeard's hammer, which is a holy weapon of the Church of Pellor, blessed with divine light. But obviously it would be preferred if you could bring both of them back alive. Now, I cannot really tell you much, other than young Brother Marcius. He said that he had a vision about 2 months or so ago. He said he had a vision of Pellor, our Lord of the Light, and that Pellor himself asked him to go into these hills, the Westmorrow hills, find what evil is responsible for the many disappearances of travelers within those hills, and destroy it. Now, our order is not usually very martial, but Brother Marcius was quite the headstrong young priest. He was, or I should not say was, hopefully he is still alive, but he is quite ambitious. Honestly, I am not certain if this was a true vision or not, but Brother Marcius believed in it with all his heart, and they stepped into those hills about a month ago. The people in this very village, the good people here, were the last ones to see them, and they have not showed up again. We are afraid that something terrible must have happened to them.
Did Brother Marcius mention any place specifically that he wanted to go in the Westmorrow Hills?
Well, there is only one village in there, the village of Morrow. It's about good days and a half's journey from here. So if you hurry up, you should be able to make it until nightfall tomorrow. I guess that would be the first spot to start searching for them.
Thank you so much. Blessings of Pellor be upon you. Is there anything else you think we should know, or anyone else in town he might have spoke to before he left?
No, I have asked around. He has not said any specifics. I don't think he knew any specifics himself. There is rumors in the village of an orc tribe living in the hills, but the people haven't seen any orcs. These are just stories. So I'm not certain if these orcs even exist, let alone are responsible for the disappearance of Brother Marcius and Master Ironbeard. But no one here knows anything. I have talked to the people extensively.
Much appreciated. Do any of you have any more questions for Father David, or should we let him get back to his most important work here?
I have a question.
Of course.
Have you tried contacting Pellor to see where he might be?
I am afraid that is not quite how it works.
He seems like he would know a lot of things.
Well, Pellor is mighty, but it is us, his mortal servants, who are failing. He cannot share all his divine wisdom with us. Our spirits will not be strong enough to withstand such magic, such knowledge. I have prayed for guidance, and I believe I have received an answer that only outsiders might be able to help us in this matter. Hopefully that was you.
Can I insight check him to see if, because the thing about outsiders is setting off my radar. Why can't it be someone from within? That's interesting.
Sure, give me an insight check.
Sure thing, let's do it.
He seems honest to you. There's nothing false in his words that you can detect. Not with an 11 on the inside, anyway.
Mm-hmm. Well, very well. I'm going to say a few words, thanking Pellor for my health, and then I say we go on our way, gentlemen.
Well, if you do not have any other questions, then I will be awaiting your return here. Hopefully it will not take more than a few days, but take your time, however long it takes, and may Pellor's light shine upon you.
And also with you, Father.
Okay, so
I just go say a few prayers, and then I want to leave.
Okay. Anyone else wants to remain behind, or are you all stepping outside?
Yeah, I'm stepping out.
I step outside.
Okay, so you're all stepping outside. The young acolyte gives you a small, nervous smile and a nod as he closes the doors behind you, and you're now standing in front of the shrine, the chapel. That's all that it is, really. Okay, so. What would you like to do? Oh, also, guys, if you can't, if you're not talking currently, please mute your mics. Otherwise, there might be some interference and background noise and such. That would be amazing.
Just froze for a bit. I don't think I heard what you just said.
Sorry?
I just froze for about 20 seconds.
I just said if you're not talking, please mute your mic so we don't have any background noise and such. That would be awesome. Other than that, you're just standing there, and I was asking what you would like to do.
Cool.
Do we know of any maybe like what are they called? Like authorities, any guards?
From what you can see from the village, this is a village that probably wouldn't have any proper guards. They would just have militia members. So like farmers who grab a spear or a short bow if there's trouble, basically.
Is there a town, like a mayor's office, or?
There is a town hall, yes. A very not very large building. As I said, this is not a major village, but there is a small town hall, which probably also serves as like to take in travelers when they arrive and for general gatherings. It's just a large wooden building, basically, with a large door. It's actually just across the road from you. And you can see there's one, looks to be a member of the militia, wrapped in a grey cloak, clutching a spear, just standing in front of the town hall. He's looking your way, but he obviously knows who you are. Otherwise, he would be way more nosy or interested, at least.
What time of day is?
It is about 11 o'clock now, 10:30, 11 in the morning. So just before.
Should we get started?
Yeah, sure.
Yes, I say we head to Morrow. In Morrow, do I know the political situation there at all?
You have no idea
who they might support. Okay.
No, you have no idea. You don't know. You haven't even know. You probably didn't even know the name of the village up until now. You knew that there was a village in the hills, but it's a very insignificant one. It would be like a village of maybe, I don't know, a couple dozen, maybe 100 people at the most. These hills cannot support a very large population. They are fairly barren. They wouldn't be very well suited for livestock or agricultural use. In fact, you're surprised that there's even a village up there.
Cool. Yeah. So I say we head on our way. Head to Morrow.
There is a road leaving the village of Greenbirch, where you are at the moment, and heading into the hills themselves. The hills are only about maybe an hour's walk. So the edge of the hills is only about an hour's walk from Greenbirch. And that road leads up into the hills and will eventually lead you to the village of Morrow. It is the same road that the two men that you're looking for, Brother Marcius and Master Dwargrin Ironbeard, took. You know that much.
Suppose we should start heading up that way then.
All right.
Head on the road.
Okay. So you grab your stuff, put your shoulders, like backpacks on your back and all that sort of stuff, and leave the village and head straight for the hills. And you can see the hills rising up in front of you. They're not terribly steep, but still, it is a decent-sized hill range, and you do realize very soon that these hills don't look particularly healthy. The road itself is all right. It's a decent quality road. It's not just like a dirt path. It's actually a paved road. It looks very old, however, so probably something that was built in better days, a couple decades ago or so. And it doesn't look like it's been preserved very well over the last 10, 15, 20 years. But it's still decent, so a carriage, even if it wanted to, might even be able to go up into the hills. Not that it looks like there's going to be many carriages coming this way. But it is a shortcut going up further into the towns and cities up north. So quite a few travelers do travel through there. Although there's none of them on the road in the meantime right now. So maybe the weather is getting worse, or people have heard that there's weird stuff going on in the hills and have like to take a longer route, which is safer. The hills themselves seem, as I said, fairly unhealthy. There's not too much vegetation. There's small bushes, few trees here and there, but most of the vegetation is just sickly-looking yellow-brownish grass that's, in some places about as tall as your knee, in others fairly short and trampled down. The bushes themselves, you can find these hills, are sort of scrubland type. They're small, they're not particularly healthy, they're slightly twisted, a lot of them have thorns. Animal-wise, as you enter the hills, there is not much to be seen. You see a couple birds, a couple ravens, a couple smaller birds, but no larger animals. Maybe if, I don't know, if one of you has survival as a proficiency, you might be able to spot a few tracks of slightly larger animals, like, say, rabbits or such, but that seems to be the extent of this, well, these hills, the flora and fauna that you can find here.
How's the weather at the moment?
The weather, let me see. The weather is cloudy with a few drops of rain falling down here and there. Not too many, not a proper shower or anything, just a few single drops. But looking up, this might change for the worse in a few hours if you're unlucky.
You should make camp soon.
You still have about 4 or 5 hours of sunlight.
Okay.
But you can obviously make camp whatever you'd like. Or do you want to press on until dark, basically?
Yes.
Okay, you're muted if you're talking. You have to unmute yourselves.
Let's keep going. Try to make haste and get done with this business as soon as we can.
All right. So you head up further and further into the hills. You can see jagged rocks coming out of the earth here and there, a few small cliffs. There doesn't seem to be too much water here. There is a few small streams that seem to be running downhill, but that's pretty much it. All in all, it seems rather dry. You walk for most of the day, and indeed, as the darkness starts to descend upon the land slowly but surely, the rain becomes stronger, and soon enough, it is a proper rainfall coming out of the sky. What would you like to do?
What's the terrain we're looking at on this road now that it's raining?
There is a little bit of space here and there next to the road. The road like goes up the hills, like winding its way up the hills, and you do realize that if the rain continues on for a couple of days or becomes much stronger, landslides might be a very real danger here because there's not much vegetation to stop. There's not many trees to hold the ground together with their roots and such. At the moment, it should be fine. Hopefully, the rain won't continue for a day or two. Otherwise, as I said, landslides might be a danger.
Did you mention there were animals around us?
As I said, a couple birds here and there, but that's pretty much it.
I think I might actually be able to. Oh. I would like to use one of my Totem Warrior abilities, which is the ability to cast the Beast Sense as a ritual.
All right, yeah.
Yeah, and I'd like to take over one of those birds.
Let's see, Beast Sense. You might want to switch off your camera, by the way. Your mic is getting a bit difficult to understand.
Got it.
Okay. So for Beast Sense, you have to touch a willing beast to cast it on it. So none of the birds look too keen on very keen to let them touch let you touch them. So that's going to be a bit tricky to cast.
Okay, alright. Figured it was worth a shot at least.
Alright.
Cancel that then.
Okay. So you're looking for a place to camp or something?
Guess we would be, yes.
Yes.
A cave would be nice.
Yes, a cave would be amazing, obviously.
Yes.
You can all give me survival checks. Kevin, you're muted, I think. Oh, no, you're actually not muted, but I can't hear what you're saying.
Ah, crap.
There we go. So, Renozur, your infernal vessel, takes a look around for a few minutes, and then
Hello?
indeed... Yes, now we can hear you. Perfect. Not sure what that was going on. Anyway, but Renozur, as I said... Yep, sorry.
Yeah, looking for a cave or high ground, something that doesn't look like it's going to fall out from.
Renozur does take a look around, and he spots hidden between two bushes a small cave entrance indeed. As he steps inside, the cave is just big enough for you to sort of sleep, a little huddled together. It's not very large, and it looks like it was once a home to some sort of animal, but it seems long abandoned. This should do you quite nicely. It's not very far away from the road.
Yeah, so now that we're in the cave, can I look around and try to tell?
Try to do what?
Now that we're in this cave, can I look around and try to see what kind of animal used to live here?
Sure, give me a nature check. You're not sure. It could be like a lynx or something. Some sort of feline creature. Maybe a mountain lion. But whatever it is long gone.
Very cool.
Okay, so would you like to set up watches?
Let's wait it out. Sure, I'll take first watch. Eyes on so good.
What about fire?
I see no reason. With all the rain and stuff, we're definitely going to want to have a fire, I would say.
Is there space enough?
Just barely, yeah. Not for a big fire, but for a small one. Just enough to dry some of your clothes.
Yes.
Overnight. Okay, so you set up a small fire, and basically close to the entrance so that the smoke can escape outside, and you're yourself huddling behind it.
Yes.
So you can't really see much outside. You can only see raindrops that reflect the firelight coming out of the cave. So whoever is on watch will be practically blind to everything until it's actually entering the cave. And the only sound that you hear is the pattering of rain outside. There is no other sound to be heard. So you settle down. Who's having first watch?
I'll take first watch.
Okay, so Jazad takes first watch. Second watch?
Me?
I will.
Um,
Okay, you can go second.
Okay, so Renazur, third watch.
I'll go for it.
Okay, and Barricus, you're bringing up the rain?
Sounds good.
Okay. Okay, the rain continues for most of the night, and then in the early hours of the morning, it does stop. And you wake up as the sun rises to another cloudy day without rain falling from the sky, though. You had I wouldn't call it a pleasant night in a damp cave in the middle of nowhere, but better than you might have expected. Definitely better than sleeping out in the rain. And I assume you have a quick breakfast and continue on your way to Morrow.
That's the plan.
Okay.
Ugh, that was dreadful.
Yes, you are still wet. Your clothes, anyway, are still a little bit wet. You didn't manage to quite dry them out completely over the course of the night, and there was a little bit of wind, a fairly cold wind, coming from the ocean to the west that brings actually here and there a little whiff of salt air every now and then, for you are only about a good day and a half or so from the coast. But it is fairly cold wind, and it's not particularly pleasant as you head further and further up into the hills and walk for most of the day. And then at about just afternoon or so, you come to a place where the road has been washed away. There seems to have been a landslide here recently, maybe within the last couple days or so. Not like yesterday or anything like that, but maybe like a week ago or so from the looks of it. However, it will be fairly difficult for you to traverse this area. The road, as I said, is gone. And there's a cliff that goes down about 30 feet or so, about 10 feet to your left.
Well, that looks dangerous. Well, any suggestions on how to make sure we don't fall down this?
Can someone get a rope across?
I have a
You
rope.
could
I have a rope too.
it is very possible. There's plenty of like pieces of tree and rocks sticking out of the landslide. So if someone could make like a lasso, throw it across and latch it onto something, that would be a very possible option. Yes.
I've got a grappler's hook and a climber's kit.
Ah, well, there you go.
There you go.
Do you want to use it?
Sure.
Okay, so you attach your grapple hook to your rope and you sort of try to chuck it across. Give me just a dex check, basically. $17. Okay, you throw it. It flies through the air, hits a rock, and then basically grapples on in between two medium-sized rocks as you pull it back, and it is now taut all the way across the landslide.
Right. Well, guess I'll go first then.
Okay, that would be an athletics check with advantage due to the rope.
Okay.
That is a 9. Okay,
Yeah.
you walk across, but the rope, being wet from all the rain, still wet, slips from your fingers. You slide off, slide into the mud, and start sliding down, like bouncing off different rocks and pieces of wood and such. You take 2 points of damage. And yeah, you can see him now. He's not like super fast, but he's sliding down towards the cliff end.
I use my rope on this end and try to get him.
Okay, so you throw the rope towards him, basically.
Yes.
Okay, so you can easily throw that. That's not a big deal for you to throw, but that would be let's say, an athletics check, a general athletics check from Jill to see if you can grapple onto the rope before you slide off. Just a straight up check, without any advantages or disadvantages. 9! No!
Come on!
You try to grab the rope, but the rope slides through your fingers, and with one last, oh shit, you go down the cliff, and you can hear him, ah! I mean, it's not like straight up like 90 degrees or 180 degrees down, but it is fairly it goes down fairly steeply, and you can hear him bouncing off different rocks and such, and you take another 6 points of bludgeoning damage and land completely wet, completely muddy, and your backpack slightly torn about 30 feet further down.
Okay.
Should I
You're
get
right down there.
Peachy.
Ow.
That looked kind of fun.
Yeah, it did look kind of fun.
Yeah. Well, so what's it like around me? Is there any moderately easy way up?
Yeah, you can climb up. That's not a big deal. You basically you're just on the lower part of the road as such that you haven't traversed through. It's a different road leading up the hill as well, a smaller one, a goat trail basically. But it's easy enough to climb back up, so it's not a big deal. However, you are not on the far side. You are with the group, so you would have to go across again. But there's still the rope there.
my rope?
No, there's his rope. Your rope is also there, but I assume you pulled it back.
Right, so I guess I'm gonna get back up.
Okay. So you see him wet, completely full with mud everywhere, like he's brown all over now, and just stumbling back up the goat trail.
I pull out my tin whistle, and I say, gonna write a little ditty about this someday, but for now, I'll just. And who's doing this? This is.
Who's
The
doing what?
barbarian.
This is our barbarian.
Yes,
Yeah.
Gel.
Or?
Gel.
Joe, I say, well, Joe, here's a little ditty for you. I start playing a little dwarven marching tune, and I give you some bardic inspiration.
Cool. Excellent.
What's that? A D6?
I believe so. Yes.
Yeah, what was that? I give you some bardic inspiration.
A D6, right? On level 3.
Oh, D6. Oh, yeah, D6.
Okay. Yep. Okay. So you're still looking at the landslide, trying to get across. What are you doing next?
I get next.
Okay, so you just grab the rope and start. Okay, that's an athletics check with advantage for you.
Hmm.
10. Oh, with advantage. 15. Yes. Yeah, that's good enough. It's not without too great difficulties. You make your way across. You slip a couple times a little bit, but the rope is good enough. Is there, so you can just pull yourself over. And yeah.
And I secure the rope on the other side.
It is fairly well ledged with the grappling hook between two rocks, but you can hold on to it for additional. Yes, you
I
can.
do that.
Yep. Okay, you grab it and hold on to it for additional support. Okay. So one of you is across.
Second time's the charm.
Sure. Let's see.
Okay.
Gel will not be as a dwarf. That's very
Yeah.
yeah.
There is-
Embarrassing. Very embarrassing. And your beard is also completely wet and muddy, of course.
Yeah. Okay.
It looks like a small earth elemental.
That's an 18.
Yes, the 18 this time, with the determination of your dwarven ancestor kind in your head and the marching tune still in your ears. You just boom, 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 make your way across. Low center of gravity. You should be fine, and you do get across without any problems. So you have a tiefling and a human staring now across at you.
I'll go next.
Go ahead, Tiefling. Yes.
Okay, so Barricus, and oh nice, Barricus with a little bit of elegance even makes it across without any problems at all. Even your boots get only a little dirty, although they are already fairly dirty.
That was easy.
Yeah, he's like, what's the big deal? And we have Jizad, the bard.
All right. You three pull. I'm tying my end of the rope around my waist.
Okay. Yeah, in that manner, you make it across without having to roll. It's easy enough. The two strong ones, I assume that our tiefling, Mr. Barricus, is probably not very strong.
Lazy one.
Yeah, I thought so. So Gel and Renazur grab the rope and pull, like it's like water skiing sort of. Your boots are sliding along the mud, and you're just standing there while they are pulling you across. And yeah, about a couple minutes later, you are all on the other side, and you can see the road continues up further into the hills, where you are at the moment. Okay.
Oh, good work. All right. Shall we continue, gentlemen?
Let's.
Okay. You continue on for several hours, and then about an hour of daylight to spare, you cross the tip of one hill and see ahead of you, maybe about 150, 200 yards away, a small village. It's not very large. It has about maybe 20 houses or so, fairly simply made huts made of mud and wood, with a small fence made of wood as well, surrounding the whole thing. There's two small fields outside the village that are being worked on by about 5 or 6 people.
As we're approaching the village, I say, Gel, Renazur, Barricus, let's be careful. We know that Brother Marcius came here, but we don't know if this was his last step. Maybe they don't like people who are preaching Pellor here. We need to be very careful. We don't know what's going on. So we shouldn't mention that we were hired by the Church of Pellor. We should just say that we are travelers passing through and ask questions discreetly and size up the place and figure out the situation. As I'm looking at these people in the fields, what do they look like?
Through here?
Yes, we know Brother Marcius and Dwargrin Ironbeard came through here. At least this is where they were headed.
Sure?
Sorry?
Did we know for sure?
No, you don't.
No, we don't, but we know that this is at least where they're headed.
Okay.
So just be careful.
Okay, so the people on the fields, give me a perception check as you just sort of take a look at the village, a good look at the village. Whoever wants to do that, basically.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out races, all that kind of stuff.
You're too tired by the journey. You're like standing there and just like huffing and puffing. Okay, so Renazur. Okay, Renazur, you're what? Plus -3? Oh, because your perception is crap. That's right. So Maricus has a -3 on perception. So yeah, the Renazur, you're the only one that notices any significant details. You notice there's 2 wooden watchtowers on each one end of the village that seem to be manned. You can see one guy standing in each of the watchtowers, clutching crossbows each. You can see the people on the fields are mostly armored. So they're not like heavily armored or anything, but they are wearing leather armor. And you can also see that they have spears and short swords lying nearby, within range. And you can also see a small group of 4 or 5 individuals standing in the shadow of the wooden fence surrounding the village. And they just seem to be sentries or something. You're not sure, and they are quite heavily armed. Race-wise, there seems to be mostly humans with a few halflings here and there that you can see.
Dangerous times.
They certainly look like they're prepared for trouble, yeah. You can see several crossbows, you can see a bunch of spears, short swords, couple hand axes here and there, and more than just one person is wearing leather armor, as I said, or at least something resembling leather armor, like a thick leather jacket or like a leather cloak, a thick leather cloak wrapped around themselves.
What a warm welcome. They're throwing us a party, guys.
They haven't noticed you yet from what you can see. From what you can see anyway, yeah. Judging by the size of the huts and such, you'd say that this village doesn't have more than maybe 50 or 60 people. Only one of the buildings seems larger. All the others are fairly small.
You don't notice anything?
Would you like to share what you have seen?
Sure. Dangerous times. They hide some. They have some weapons in nearby, and seems there is some trouble in recent times.
That's good to know. We should definitely proceed with caution. I say we don't brandish our weapons, and perhaps we should talk to the farmers on the outskirts first before we head into town.
The fields are just at the edge of the village, basically. They're only about maybe 30-40 feet away from the walls. It's not like they're far away. So as soon as you approach, as you step out, basically into the open, into the clearing that's surrounding the village, they will spot you immediately.
I'm better being spotted outside than inside if they are hostile. If you guys agree with that.
Okay.
Yeah, we should walk in a friendly manner and not try to look threatening in any way.
Right, exactly. So okay. I'm gonna go over and approach these halflings and humans who are in the field.
Okay, so you just step out and head straight for the village, basically. As soon as you step outside, you can see there's a shrill whistle coming from one of the watchtowers, and these farmers and such stop working immediately and grab weapons. You can see short swords being drawn out of their sheaths. You can see spears being brandished. Two guys notch crossbow bolts into like light crossbows that they're having, and they're instantly ready for trouble, looking around. And you can see a group of five guys coming out of the shadow of the wall where they were sitting or standing, fully armed and armored and ready to fight, and just looking around. And then they see you, and they relax a little bit, but not completely. Their weapons are still pointed your way, and one of the guys, an older man that's on the fields clutching a spear, shouts out, "Hey you! Who are you? What do you want?"
Put my hands up. I'm Jazad Magmathane. I'm here with the Census Bureau. Meaning no harm. Just stopping through, trying to get lay of the land here in the Westmorrow Hills and your town, Morrow, is it? No trouble. Just passing through. Just wanted to have a chat.
Give me a deception check. Natural 1. Okay.
+7.
They clearly don't believe you. You can see suspicion in their gazes, and none of the weapons are lowered. And the armed group, approaches, and the farmers start retreating backwards. And you can see the armed group is led by a half-orc, a very tall guy, wide-shouldered, wearing a studded leather armor, and having a heavy mace in one hand, like a bald-headed, little piggy eyes. He's more orc than human for sure, that one. Just by the way his facial structure is, like small tusks jutting out, and his hulking form. And he says, "Hey yo! Who are you? Who are you? We don't believe you! You have a lot of weapons!" And he points especially at Ren Ozur and Gel. "There's not many people coming around these parts, not with winter so close. You better explain yourselves."
Oh, yeah, I'm so sorry, my friend. I didn't mean to cause any trouble, but I assure you, I am certainly from the Census Bureau, and I'm so sorry. And oh, we're just trying to count the number of people here, and if you would just, and then I start throwing in some draconic arcanic words,
Okay.
and I'm casting Charm Person on him.
All right. Is that a wisdom saving throw?
It is a wisdom saving throw. My DC is 13.
Okay. That is a massive fail. So he is charmed instantly, and you can see his posture changes a little bit. He gives you a little grin and says, "Ah, right. Well, so you like to stay in the village?"
Oh, I think we would just like to pass through and ask a few questions, figure out how many people are here in the town of Morrow, and then be on our way.
We have about 50-ish. Yeah, we lost a couple recently. You can see the other people like looking at him, weirdly surprised. Like this doesn't seem to be a normal behavior for this guy. Let's put it that way. And you're muted again. Sorry. Or are you? No, Kevin. Sorry, you're not muted, but I can't hear you again. Nope. Still nothing.
Live, everybody.
No.
That's weird. Nope. Still nothing. Can you hear us? Okay, so it's just your microphone. I don't know.
The bat lost his voice.
Yes, the bard is struggling to speak. So what would the rest of you like to do now that the voice of your party has been silenced?
Can we ask what happened to the missing people?
Yeah, they were killed, or I guess taken, or something. I don't know really. There's been
what?
all kinds of weird shit going on recently.
By
Do
whom
you have
or
any
what?
clues to anything?
Yeah,
Anything worth
yeah,
knowing?
there were weird creatures. Some like shadows. Shadows that attacked us.
Did you have a look yourself at these shadows, or did you hear from somebody?
Yeah, I saw one.
Can you describe the shadow?
Oh, it's a shadow. It looked kind of like a human, only black. Right? You know what a shadow is? It gives you this look as if you're like an idiot.
And it just picked these people up and took them away?
No, it killed them.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, you're a bit loud. I want to turn it down a little. But other than that, we can.
How about now?
Still a little loud, but I guess it works.
I can pull it down a little bit. How about now?
Yeah, it seems alright.
All right. Cool. All right. So shadows. I heard something about shadows.
Yeah, the half-orc was saying something about shadows that killed people.
That is terrible. How many people have you lost? I need to take good notes for the city.
How many did we lose? He looks around at the other guys, and they're like all still super confused and looking between you and him quite suspiciously. And one of them says, "Well, eight so far." There you have it. It's eight people.
I start speaking Orcish. He's a half orc, right?
Yes, he's a half-orc, yeah.
Yeah, I start speaking Orcish, and I just say, "Oh, I'm so sorry for your loss. Many blessings upon you. I don't.
You speak my language. Aha.
Oh, of course I do. I need to speak the language of everyone who is in our fine lands.
Good man.
And once again, and continue speaking Orcish, and I just say, all right. So the shadows. Did they come into town? This is important to know. If perhaps we could send aid to help you out.
Yeah, they did. They did come into town. Must be some sort of curse or something. I don't know.
Yeah. That is absolutely fascinating. And when did this happen? You said.
Started happening about 2 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say. The first two people, we just found them dead. We didn't know what it was. After that, we had patrols and all that. We saw the creatures. But we tried to stop them. They're not easily killed by normal weapons. I bashed one of them. He raises his mace. Didn't do much.
That is absolutely fascinating. The two people you found dead, they were locals. They're from the town.
Yeah, all the attack were locals. No travelers here.
That is excellent to know. Just making sure that we can get some aid here to definitely keep you safe. From what direction do you know where the shadows came from? Is there anything odd in the surrounding areas that piques your interest or that you're wary of and don't go near?
Not really, no. We know the surrounding land well. I mean, we've been living here for 10 years. But no. Don't know where the shadows come from. Not really.
And they attack at night?
Yeah.
Every night or randomly?
Not every night, but quite often. About every 2 or 3 nights, yeah. He looks at the others and they have no idea what he's saying, so they all just give him these blank stares. And he's like, switches over to common and says, "Oh, the shadows attack every night." No, right? Every 2 or 3 nights, yeah? And the others are like, yeah, that's about right, Belloc. One of the guys says. And the other says, don't you think they should speak to the mayor? Yeah, sure. If you want to you can get Linwin here if you want. I'm just talking to this guy now. And the other's like, right, Belloc, I'll go get the mayor then. No offense. And he just hurries off. They look the other guys look like you can see that they're weary of this half-orc. I mean, he's a big guy and he doesn't look particularly nice. So maybe he's violent or something. But judging by their reactions, you can definitely see that they're weary of him. They're wary of him. They wouldn't just like to cross him necessarily.
Oh, good. That is excellent. Yes, bring the mayor here. We'll talk, and then we'll be out of your hair as soon as we have a conversation.
One of the guys is already headed into town, into the village. The hamlet.
Great.
Not even village.
It's not very big, so this isn't going to take much time because I'm kind of on a clock here.
Yeah.
In terms of my charm spurs.
Well, it lasts 1 hour, so that's pretty decent.
Yeah, an hour. Yeah. So I just want to make sure that the mayor's going to get.
Fair enough.
Yeah. But I actually kind of start switching to Dwarvish, and I kind of say, thank you for being. I just turn to him and I just say, thank you for being so kind. We need to make sure that we're at it in Dwarvish. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm speaking to Joe.
They look at you completely baffled. No one seems to understand what you're saying.
Mm-hmm. And I'm speaking to Joe, and I just say, look, we just have about we only have about an hour, but then we're definitely going to need to go an hour. Do you understand? And then I just and then I turn back to him and try to keep this half-orc in front of me, and I'm just asking like dumb questions about the town, like how many men, how many women, and I don't care if he's giving me the right answers or not. I'm just
he's
just wasting time.
Not the brightest, clearly, so he's like trying to think, and he's like, it's about 30 men, 15-ish women, and a couple of children. No, for sure. He's thinking really hard. He's trying to give you the right answers. But as I said, he doesn't seem to be particularly bright. While you're talking...
but I'm just...
Yeah, I know. While you're talking, you can see the guy that rushed off to get the mayor coming back, and following him is a halfling in what looks to be studded leather armor, long black hair falling onto his back, and wielding a hand crossbow in one hand, and a short sword at the hip. And he steps up, and he says, "You, who are you?" I am Linwen, the mayor of Morrow. If you want to speak to someone, speak to me.
And I start speaking halfling. Hello, Linwen. I am Giselle.
I don't think halflings do halflings have their own language?
Yes.
They do.
Okay. So there is a halfling language, really? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
And I'm just, I'm so pleased to meet you. You're exactly the man I want to talk to. I'm just with the Census Bureau trying to get a sense of the Kingdom of Orelon's farthest reaches here in the Westmorrow Hills.
Census Bureau? You mean like taxes and such?
Oh, nothing. No, not for that. Not at all. Not for nothing out this far. We're actually just trying to shore up and offer protection to the farthest reaches. And I hear you're having a problem with shadowy beasts.
Yes, a foul thing that. I believe our village has been cursed by an evil wizard, or something along those lines.
That is terrible news. Well, I think my friends and I can definitely help you out with something like that. Do you know where this entity or wizard is?
I wouldn't rightly know. There's been legends about this evil, some sort of evil mage or wizard or something living in the hills for as long as I remember. There is this old ruined tower and he points up into the hills. You can see several cliffs and one of the highest hills in the distance, maybe a couple hours from the village. And he says, if you're looking for any of that, that's probably the best way to look. The best place to look.
That looks absolutely like a place that needs to be rented. That looks absolutely terrifying. I'm sure that is exactly where they're coming from. Thank you so much, Linwin. You are a pleasure to help. I think you're doing an excellent job. Your security is top-notch. I am going to write this all up in a wonderful report and send it in and make sure that we can send anyone you need to help you against all these problems. Thank you.
All right. Well, if you're looking
Sound good?
If you're looking for a place to stay, we have a nice inn, the Falcon's Rest, the big building over there, and he points over his shoulder. There is no other travelers in town at the moment, so you'd have plenty of room.
Thank you so much for your hospitality. What time is it now that we kind of got here?
It's about half an hour until sundown.
And how far does it look like until the tower?
Probably 2 or 3 hours. It doesn't look like it's super far, but the path to go there is a rough one.
You know what? I think we should be on our way to. We will definitely stop in on our way out and stay there. But we should be on our way. We want to take care of this problem for you before these shadows ever arrive.
Oh, I see. Well, if you're that eager, far be it from me to stop you. Of course. I hope I'll see you again. I hope. All the best.
Oh, I would love to, Linwin, and I would hope that perhaps we could dine together and have a nice meal of an evening and talk about these things. You are so gracious.
Of course, we have decent wine in the Falcon's Rest. Of course. I will let Remina, the innkeeper, know that you'll be probably stopping by within the next day or two.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Adieu.
So you'll be going to the ruined tower then?
Yes, I think that's the way we should look.
All right. Well, be careful. Be careful.
Has there been any reports of travelers coming? Maybe right before the disappearances and killings started happening?
So you're asking the halfling, the mayor?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
He looks at you and says, not really, no. The weather's been fairly unstable for the last couple of weeks, and I'm afraid there's not as many travelers as there once were.
Can you think of any reason why people were being killed in the past 2 weeks? Anything happened?
Not really, no.
Alrighty.
That is an excellent question.
But I'll be happy to reward you. We don't have much, but I can probably collect a couple dozen gold if you were able to help us with this. Of course, these people are under my protection. I mean, I am the mayor after all. He's putting away his hand crossbow as he's speaking.
That is such a wonderful offer. Thank you so much for your generosity.
Well, good luck then. The other villagers are just standing around slightly awkwardly. The half-orc still sort of nodding and smiling at Jazad. And it's sort of, well, good luck, friend. Hope to see you again.
Oh, and I back in August, I cannot wait to see you again, my friend. What was his name again?
My name's Bellag.
Belrock?
Bellag.
Gotcha.
B-E-L-A-D.
B-E-L-A-D.
A-G.
Bellag.
Bellag.
A-G, Bellag.
Yes.
Bellag. Bellag, I really hope to see you again, as you, I owe you whatever it is you want. All right, my friends, let us go and save these people, shall we?
Okay.
And I start walking in the direction of the tower.
All right. The rest of you accompanying him, or no?
I roll my eyes and follow.
Okay.
Yep, not staying around.
Okay.
Let's
So
go.
you all head away with darkness falling onto the hills. You head away from the only place of civilization.
Hey, Shazad.
As
What
you,
the-
you leave. You've now left the village behind by a couple 100 yards.
Yes. What about Brother Marcius and Ironbeard?
Well, legends of dark things. I'm sure Brother Marcius read about it in a book somewhere, and if I was a young cleric looking for glory of my god, that's exactly where I'd go. A dark, imposing tower. Sounds perfect place to look. That's probably where he went.
Well, let's go.
Okay. So you're
We'll
heading.
have to rest tonight before we go in, unless you want to go in tonight. But I don't know. In the middle of the night, going into a dark tower sounds. Ugh.
So what would you like to do? Just keep going until sundown, or continue on into the darkness?
I think go till sundown and then find a nice place to stay the night. That would be my recommendation. I don't know about what anyone else thinks.
Sounds like a plan to me.
All right.
I started telling everyone the reason why we couldn't stay in town is because that half orc realized about a half hour ago that I cast a spell on him. So probably best we never go back then.
Okay. So darkness falls onto the hills, descends from the sky, and it starts getting quite dark. It is still clouded, so there's very, very little moon or sunlight. You're looking for a place, or just camping out in the open?
We should find something. That cave, while musty, was quite helpful the other night.
Yes, I'm looking again.
Okay. The perception checks for everyone that wants to take a look, see if you can find a decent place for rest. Nice.
Not again.
Okay. So Jazad, after looking for about 10-15 minutes, you find a decent place with a single tree, a fairly old-looking, fairly healthy tree, surprisingly healthy, in fact, for this area. And you can see there's a couple large bushes growing close to the tree, so that would give you protection from both the sides and above. While not by far ideal, it is out of sight, and if rain falls, the branches and the leaves of the old tree should give you decent protection from the water coming up from the sky.
This looks like a good spot as any.
Okay. Fire or no fire?
I vote fire.
No fire.
Okay.
Fire.
Okay, you make a fire, you huddle around, you have dinner, and you start going off to sleep. And just the same watches as last time?
That works for me.
Guess so.
Okay. And again, your night passes without any incidents. It is fairly cold here up high in the hills with winter coming. And it is very quiet except for the wind. There is nothing to be heard. As the sun rises, you're looking at a mostly clear sky. The wind must have blown away the clouds during the night. There's still a couple clouds around, but it doesn't look like rain anytime soon.
Make
Good morning, everyone.
breakfast, get ready, and yes.
Okay. You continue on?
Yeah.
Okay, you continue on for maybe another hour or so, and then looking around, you can see one of the highest hills with a few cliffs on the sides, and very up at the top of the hill, you spot in between the bushes what looks to be the remains of an ancient tower. It's only about maybe half the tower remaining or so. It looks mostly crumbled. It is really a ruin, not by any means a real tower as such. And even back in the day when it was like a proper tower, it didn't look like it was much of a tower. It doesn't look like it's been like a, I don't know, a 60 feet tall tower or anything like that. It looks like a small watchtower made of stone, basically. Not much more than that. Or what remains of one, anyway. This looks like it's collapsed at least a couple decades ago, maybe even more.
Does it look like there's one main entrance?
From your angle, you cannot see any entrance except for the roof, I guess, that's collapsed. So you could always climb in from above.
I think we should definitely have a peek around.
It looks like it's a fairly tough climb to get up there.
No entrances?
I mean, not from what you can see from this part. You could try to circle around, but that would take you a couple hours probably to try to see this hill from all sides. There's a lot of like small ravines and cliffs and such that you'll have to traverse. That will take you for as I said, quite a few hours.
And if you go up? If we go up to the tower and circle it?
You can't, because the tower is up high. You'd have to climb. It is on the top of a hill, and the hill is fairly steep.
Okay.
Going back in my memory, have I ever heard of a tower that is out here in the Westmorrow Hills like this?
Not specifically. I mean, you can give me a history check if you want to see what you know about the Westmorrow Hills in general.
Sure thing, I can do that.
Yep. 18, okay. You do remember that once, a long time ago, 200 or 300 years, when the realm of Orelon was just about to be born, basically, that this land has been plagued by raiders from across the Western Ocean. And you do remember that there's been quite a few watchtowers erected on all the coastline and the lands beyond, like behind the coast, like this one. So you figure this might have been some sort of a part of a network of towers. You know, like Lord of the Rings, when Gondor calls for aid, and they have all the towers on the mountaintops, and one of them lights up, and then another one lights up, and so on. You think that must have been part of a network of such signal towers, this little tower up here, in case of raider attacks or something like that.
Well, there has to be a way of getting up there. I say we circle around. It's a signal tower, but, you know, it's very old, so could have something moved in or stayed behind.
Yeah, I think we should look for an easier way in.
Yes.
Yeah.
You can certainly do that if you want, sure.
Yep.
Okay, so you take a couple hours and basically slowly but carefully circle around the whole hill to see what all sides of it, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, it takes you the better part of about 2 hours, and then, but as you circle around, you eventually spot what looks to be a place that is much easier to get up to. It's basically like a winding goat's track, a very narrow path leading up the hill. But it is an actual path. It does look old and crumbling, so you'd have to be fairly careful, but at least it's not like a proper, like full-on climb as such.
Looking at this path, do I see any recent or even semi-recent like footprints or anything?
Give me a survival check. $21. No, you don't see any recent footprints. The only thing you find is tracks that look like those of a wild goat. That's the only larger tracks you find. You find a couple bird tracks, and that's it. No humanoid or other weird creatures or anything like that going up or down.
Huh. I don't see any footprints here, but I think we should just go up and check anyway. They did. Brother Marcius did go missing about a month ago. It's possible. There's definitely a lot of rain and mud here. It's possible that they went away. So, shall we head up?
Sure, let's keep going.
Okay, so as you are climbing up, you have to climb. Well, not climb, but walk up. There's only space for one of you to walk at a time. What's the marching order? Who's going first?
I would like to go third.
I'll go first then.
I'll go last.
Okay, so we have the same. Okay, so we have
I go second.
Gel, Renozur, Jazad, and Barricus, right? That's the marching order. Okay, so Gel, you're going first. Roll me 2d20s, and Renozur, you as well. Just straight up 2d20s.
Okay.
Okay. The ground shifts and small rocks crumble down of the path, but the path itself is strong enough to carry you up. Jazad, 1d20 please, and Berkus as well.
That's about right.
Okay. You as well. You manage to find your way up. It takes you about 10 minutes or so to climb this winding road up there, and every now and then small bits and pieces of the actual road just crumble away and fall downhill, and you realize this is not necessarily a very safe path as such, because this path might very well just break off and just take you down with it, basically. But luckily enough, it seems sturdier than it looks for now, and you are up at the top of the hill, which is a small plateau, basically about maybe 60 or 70 feet wide, with what looks to be the remains of like a small forest that's mostly died, and a few bushes and 2 or 3 jagged rocks, and the remains of the tower on the far side. It looks like there was once, as you approach, a hut or something, a wooden building of some sorts next to the tower, but that one's nearly completely gone. The only thing you can see is vague, a shape on the ground, basically, and a few ancient pieces of timber just lying there. The building itself wasn't very large, maybe about 20 feet long or so.
I actually go over to that building and I start just lifting up pieces of wood, see if anything was left behind. Just taking a look around for
give me an
anyone's been
investigation
here
check.
recently or anything.
Give me an investigation check.
I'd like to do the same.
Sure. You're shifting through. Yeah, 22 for Jazad.
-1 on this.
I'm a skill monkey.
Well, bards, yeah.
I keep watch.
Okay.
Roll 20 is lagging very hard for me.
Okay. I will give it time. Anyway, Jazad, you sift through the rabble, and you don't find much. What you do find is an old short sword that's mostly rusted and looks like it's been here for decades at least. It's pretty much useless completely. And you do find a discarded pot made of bronze that has this slightly weird green tinge. If you've ever seen like old bronze, it turns green.
Yeah.
Basically, that's what it looks like. You do realize that this must have once been a small building with like 2 rooms or so. and you spot what looks to be the crumbled remains of basic furniture, like a large desk, a couple beds. That's all you can make out, really.
I grab the pot and I reach inside, see if there's anything in there.
A little bit of dirt.
I shake it out and I throw it in my backpack.
Okay, it's a rather large pot. It's not like you can't just put it in your backpack. It's about maybe.
Oh, really?
This,
okay.
It's like a proper cooking pot, basically, that you would hang over a campfire.
I just look it over real quick. No arcane runes or anything on it.
Nope, it is completely without any markings. Not a magical pot.
Cool. Yeah. And I just toss it off to the side. Nothing here.
Okay, it just slithers off and then falls off the cliff and disappears.
Yep. Shall we go into the tower?
Give me perception checks. All of you. Oh, actually, no. Actually, only. Sorry. Only Gel and Renazur. You're the ones keeping watch. The two of you give me perception checks. So Gel has a 6. He is fairly oblivious.
God damn it!
Wisdom is the barbarian's strong suit.
Yeah, what are you expecting from me?
I don't know. And Renazur. Perception check. Oh, did you? Oh, 23. Okay. So as the pot is falling off the cliff and like just disappearing in the distance, you hear from the ruin, from the tower ruin to your left, you hear a weird hissing-like sound. That stops. What? Yeah, it stops after a second or two, but you definitely heard something. Okay, you draw your greatsword. You guys can hear the scraping sound of metal on metal as Renazur grabs his greatsword and pulls it out with 2 hands.
Seeing him do that,
I turn around and I pull out my pin whistle.
Okay.
Little bit edgy.
What's going on, guys?
I think I heard something. A hiss.
Where is it coming from?
Well, that's good.
From that direction. I point to that direction.
There is. You can see, by the way. There is now a doorway. There was once a door here, but the door must have rotted or crumbled away. So it's just a black doorway leading into the ruin of the tower. That's where Renazur is pointing with the blade of his greatsword. Straight up that doorway.
Who wants to go check out that creepy noise?
Send the bird.
I should think we all do.
Can someone make a light?
I have a lantern.
Dark vision. Don't need it.
It looks dark in there.
It looks not super dark. Just the entrance itself is fairly dark, because there's a little bit of sunlight coming in from the top where the roof has crumbled, or the top part of the tower has crumbled away. But yeah, it's a twilight sort of in there. Okay, so Renazur, you step towards. Okay, with your greatsword with both hands, you step inside. And as soon as you do, you see a quick flash of movement, and then a shape comes leaping out of the twilight straight at you. And it has this, you catch a glimpse of 2 leathery small wings, a long serpentine neck, and what looks to be a weird beak at the end of the neck. And it just goes, Aah! And attacks. Your armor class is 16, so you leap backwards and the creature misses you, and you can all see it as Renazur leaps out of the tower with with greatsword in both hands. You can see this weird creature that looks like a mixture of a snake and a chicken. It's only about half the size of a human. It has these 2 leathery wings. It has a long tail, 2 chicken-like legs, and a long serpentine neck with a chicken's head at the end, and has these spikes on its back and on its neck, and it's just hissing at you with a beak and a tongue that's sort of flickering in and out like the tongue of a snake. We are in initiative, and we start with Gel. You're up first.
Right. How close is this thing?
It's about 20 feet from you.
Okay, I can reach it.
Definitely.
Let me just see if there's something I can do that doesn't require me to burn a class action yet. Okay, I'm going to activate my reckless attack, which means I get advantage on my attacks, but enemies have advantage when they're attacking me.
What weapon are you using?
I only have one weapon, and that's my great axe.
Okay, so you draw your great axe from your back, and you just run at the creature recklessly without any thought of defense.
Yeah. I'd also like to point out that thanks to my totem spirit, everyone will have advantage when fighting this thing, since I'm in 5 feet of it.
Yes, only in melee though, not ranged attacks. I believe. I think it only works with melee. But anyway, Go ahead. You roll an attack with your great axe as you bring it down full force onto this creature. Are you rolling? Gel? You rolling an attack? Hello?
Hello?
Your barbarian seems frozen in place.
It does.
Okay. Renozur, you're up next.
I'll cast Hex on the chicken.
Okay. Your
I
eyes blaze
guess
black, and curls of smoke, of weird smoke, start curling around the creature.
this is cockatrice.
Well, you probably wouldn't. Your character wouldn't know. So, what would you like to do? A hex is a bonus action, I believe, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And I run up to the chicken and I use cast Booming Blade.
All right. Yep. Sure. Your electricity starts springing off your blade as you
Yes.
bring it down. That is with advantage due to the wolf totem.
To
13 is a hit. So you bring it down with the power of the wolf totem at your side. You bring down your greatsword, roll damage. The creature's not quick enough to escape you. You cut through its scaly skin without any problems. So that's 2d6 plus 12 damage. Nice.
and
Hex as well. Yes, exactly. So 14 damage. Okay. With one mighty blow, you cut deep into the creature as the necrotic energy of the hex curls around it and hurts it initially. It just stumbles backwards. It looks pretty hurt by that mighty blow. So, Gel, we skipped you, but you can take your action now if you want. Hello? No? Okay.
Hello? Maybe not.
Jazad, you're up next, as the dwarf is still frozen in place with his great axe held high.
So I am going to use my bonus action to pull out my pin whistle and play a little tiefling ditty to inspire our sorcerer friend.
The music of hell.
Sorry. Yeah,
right.
it's actually quite droll, but the low notes on a tin whistle are odd. But then with my action, I then pull down the tin whistle and I look at this creature and I just go, "Buck, buck, 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 buck," and I cast vicious mockery on it.
Very vicious. That's a wisdom saving throw, correct?
Uh-huh.
That is an 19. The creature ignores your vicious mockery completely.
Very well. And I make sure I am. I want to be as far away in a safe place as possible from this thing.
Okay, yeah, you can move backward 30 feet. You would be about 50 feet away from it then.
That works.
Okay, Barricus.
All right. How far away am I from the
About
creature?
25 feet or so.
Okay, and I have a line of sight at him.
You definitely do, yes.
All right, I am going to cast Witch Bolt on him.
All right. More scary magic stuff.
Did you want me to do the wild magic roll, or is that something you do? Or
You can roll it.
okay.
Just roll a 1d20 for wild magic. 9. Okay, no wild magic this time. Which bolt
Alright.
goes out?
I will fire away.
That is a hit, very much so.
Mhm.
The energy in
That's-
between you and the creature crackled through the air, dodging past Gel and Renazur, striking into the creature, dealing 5 points of damage. As it flaps its wings in pain. Okay, so Dan, just roll an attack if you can hear me. We
Yeah.
can't hear
Yeah,
you. Oh,
hear
there
you.
you are. Yeah, now I can
Yeah.
hear you. So you can roll. We skipped your action for now, but you can roll an attack with advantage due to reckless attack.
Yeah, just opening up the character sheet now. Had to restart my browser.
All right.
Weapons, great axe. 18?
Yeah, definitely hit, and 9 points of damage. And with that mighty swing, how do you want to kill it?
Nice. Where am I standing in relation to the beast?
Right in front of it. It's sort of in the doorway itself, and you and Renazur are standing right in front of it.
I'm just going to jump up and swing the axe down into its brain at the top of its skull, sending its head pounding into the ground from the force of the blow.
All right. As you smash it against the ground, your axe and the ground. That's where its head is in between your axe blade and the ground. It goes, and blood everywhere. As the little chicken head just now completely cut off, and the body moves around for a couple seconds like a chicken
And
would,
booming
and then
blade goes off.
yes, and then booming blade electrifies it, and the body falls, smoking and bleeding, and then finally stops moving, whereas its legs and its tail twitch one last time, and then silence descends upon the scene again.
Good work, everyone.
Yep. Start heading into the tower.
Okay.
We should probably be careful, but yes, lead on.
Okay. The tower
What
itself.
was the thing?
Not quite sure, but could I roll some kind of check to see if I
nature
ever
checks.
read anything about it?
Yes, nature checks to identify this. Yes, to identify this creature.
Sure.
24. Yeah, you know exactly what this creature was. So this creature is called a cockatrice. Cockatrice is basically a weird hybrid between a lizard, a bird, and a bat. It's not generally very dangerous because it's an omnivore. It eats small animals, berries, and such. It does become dangerous, however, if it feels itself thinks that it's cornered, because it will attack fearlessly any kind of, even a very large creature. And it has nasty poison in its bite that actually turns its victims to stone. But as you have seen, it's easily killed.
Yes. Don't get bit by it. Just it's a cockatrice, and they can turn you to stone. But just don't corner them. Try to be nice. But if they feel threatened, we should take care of it quickly. Make sure it doesn't bite you.
Are there more of it in this tower?
No idea. You'll find out.
Right.
Okay.
Is there any way we can extract its venom?
No idea. Maybe.
Anybody proficient in?
You'll have to have some sort of alchemist tools, or at least a herbalist kit or something to have
Poisoner's
at least
kit?
a basic chest, or a poisoner's kit. Yes, of course.
I'm not not too concerned with this beast. I say we continue on our mission to find Brother Marcius and Dwargrin.
Seems
Okay.
not. He is here.
You step into the tower, and you can see the tower really isn't very large. It's just a single circular room, basically. And you find what looks to be the cockatrice's lair. It's basically a kind of nest made of all kinds of scavenged bits and pieces. It is not very well smelling, and there's a few bits and pieces of petrified flesh lying around of its, well, victims, I guess. They're all animal pieces from what you can see, though. What looks to be mainly birds that it was probably preying upon. Other than that, the whole tower is crumbled. There is a iron ladder leading up. It's basically nailed to the wall itself, but it's leading into nothing because the top part is crumbled away. There is a large puddle of brackish water on the ground in the tower itself. There's a few cracks in the walls themselves with a few roots and such growing through the bottom of it. And the only thing of real significance, I guess, that you can find is a large pile of what looks to be ancient firewood. It's covered in a surprisingly well preserved thick leather cloth. I mean, it's also very old, but this leather was once clearly very high quality, and it actually has survived the decades or maybe even centuries fairly all right. There's no sign of any recent visits.
I'm gonna take the lever.
You're taking what? Sorry?
Just you said there was some pieces of lever and some firewood?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll take those.
The firewood, there's a lot of firewood. You would not be able to carry all of it. It's like a massive pile against one wall. It's a full stack, basically.
All right, then.
But you can take the cloth if you want.
Okay, I'll take the cloth.
Yeah, it's like a large leather cloak for you, basically.
Nice.
Very old, but still fairly well preserved.
All right.
I might want to take a look at that in a little bit. Just looking around. Can I inspect the stonework? Maybe try to look behind this pile or anything?
Sure.
I'm just gonna look for some secret doors and stuff.
Okay, investigation check. Nope.
Natural 1.
Nothing here. Too bad. Thought this was for sure it. Well, we're gonna need more information, gentlemen. But I don't think I should go back to town. Any suggestions on what we do?
Does the road carry on up the hill?
No, you're at the top of the hill now.
Right. Can I? Why the hell not? Can I do a check for a secret door?
Sure.
Okay. Sheet, skills, investigation.
Yep.
Yeah.
This looks very old, so
Yeah.
if there was a secret door, it's probably not much use anymore, if at all.
All right. Okay. Figured it was worth a shot.
Well,
Right.
I don't really... Yeah, I'm sorry that led you on a fool's errand, everyone, but I thought for sure this was it. Any suggestions?
We need more leads.
Yes, unfortunately, I think that town is probably the best bet. Maybe at that tavern, but wary of going back there myself.
Well, guess I'll go if no one else will.
Well, how about this? So we have this. So you said there's a series of towers. Now that we're up here, can we see the next towers
No, these
in the
towers,
distance?
these towers would have been like maybe even at least dozens, maybe even more of miles away from each other.
Hmm.
So they would have been they would be very far away from each other, and also because most of them would have crumbled so long ago, you wouldn't be able to make them out to the distance anymore.
They did say that the attacks
Well.
happened at night, right? So maybe if we waited here until sunset.
Sure. Yeah, why not?
Sounds like a plan.
I'm okay with that.
Sure, you can do that.
Yeah, let's wait.
Okay, it's about maybe noon, basically. It's about noon at the moment.
Cool.
But yeah, you can
I
definitely
say
wait.
yeah, start a little fire, eat some lunch,
Okay.
play a couple songs, do some writing.
Okay. Excellent. Okay, so you spend the afternoon just leisurely sitting around the campfire next to the tower and waiting for darkness. And night does fall fairly quickly. The weather getting worse as night descends. And from the looks of it, you can expect some quite heavy rain during the nighttime. You can hear even thunder rumbling in the distance. But night falls before the rain starts falling. You inspect the tower, but nothing seems to be changing now that night has fallen.
As we're kind of sitting around, I say, do you mind if I take a look at that leather?
Sure, why not? Hand it over to him.
All right. You take a look at it.
No, do I get any? Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Obviously, it's an oil cloak, basically. So it's been well preserved with a thin layer of oil to make it water resistant. The oil layer has been rubbed off or worn off in several places, and in several places it is damaged. But this was once clearly very high quality equipment. Probably from the looks of it, some sort of military equipment.
Again, no magic juju
Nothing
coming
no.
from it, though, or anything?
No, it's a normal cloth.
Okay. Got it. Huh. I'm so disappointed in myself. Oh, whatever. Let's rest. Head out in the morning, I say.
Okay, is that what you want to do?
I know everyone else good.
Okay. You rest for the night, usual watches, and
Yes.
at around midnight or so, with a crack of thunder, rain starts to fall. A real downpour, just hitting you. And I'm assuming you're sleeping inside the tower because you already thought that there might be rain, so you might not get completely wet because even though the top of the tower is crumbled, there's still some protection. But still, you will be woken up by the thunder and by the pouring rain, by the sound of the rain itself hitting the tower all around you. And as you huddle inside and wait for morning, dozing off every now and then, the rain continues for the whole night. And in the morning, as the sun rises, it has not shown any signs of stopping. There's still a full downpour. You can only see maybe 10, 15 feet ahead of you. That's how heavy the rain is.
We're gonna have to be very careful leaving here.
You certainly will.
It's morning now, right?
Yes, it is.
Do we wait out the storm, or do we try to climb down?
That's up to you guys.
I'm afraid this will be a slight.
I'm sorry, what was that?
He said it might be a slide.
Slide. Smite.
Right.
Slide.
Just slide it down, and does anyone have a shield or anything?
I don't think so. In fact, you're completely shieldless.
We got a wooden we got a leather top. We could sail down on the leather.
We could fashion some sleds with firewood.
They're chunks of firewood as such, like chopped. Not really well suited, I'm afraid, for building purposes, unless you had a lot of rope and a lot of time.
I said we just we get are there any like sticks or twigs up here?
There are, yeah.
I say and the tarp. Could all four of us? Oh no, because the path was only wide enough for
sadly,
one of us at a time, right?
Yeah.
I kind of look around the top. I go out in the rain a little bit. I look around the top. How far is it down?
About 50, 60 feet.
Mm-hmm.
Not super far,
does it look
but
like
far enough.
Does it look like any place to tie a rope off to and rappel down?
There would be a couple, yeah. There's a couple of rocks and such that you could, or even pieces of the tower itself that you could try to tie a rope to, and then climb the way down. Would be a bit tricky in the rain, obviously, but maybe safer than taking the trail. Who knows?
Yeah. Yeah, that I don't think that trail will take us. So I say we rappel down. I think we're probably going to wait. Hold on, I have an idea. I can get the rope back. That'll be no problem. So what do you say? Climb the rope down, gentlemen?
Yep.
Sure.
Seems we have no choice.
All right.
Okay. So you tied the two ropes together, I guess, to get to about 60 feet or so. Tied ropes to one part of the tower that looks more or less strong enough to hold you, and then start upsiling, as they call it. So just descending on the rope, climbing down basically with your feet pressed against the side of the hill, and your back towards the empty air behind you, and you slowly start. Are you going one by one, or are you all going at the same time?
No,
my intention was to go one by one, and then I would go last.
Okay. So who's going first?
Probably me.
Okay. Give me an athletics check.
I would tie yourself off first.
Yes.
Okay. How do you want to do that?
Athletics check.
15. Okay. It's a bit tricky, but you make it down there without any too large problems. You slip a couple times, but nothing serious. The rain is annoying. It hits you on the back, on the head, into the face, and it's starting to push you down. Or it's trying to push you down. Your clothes are soaked within a couple seconds, and the extra weight of the water in your clothes doesn't make the whole thing easier.
As expected.
Okay, who's next?
I'll go then.
Okay.
Athletics.
Yep.
If I tie myself to the rope, do I get advantage?
How do you want to tie yourself to the rope, though?
Wait, how are we going down on the rope?
Well, the rope is tied up at the top, and it's hanging down.
Oh, alright. I'll go down the rope. I'll use my climber's kit to go down then.
Oh, you do have a climber's kit, of course. Yeah, you would have advantage. With the climber's kit, definitely, yeah. 14. Yep. It's close a couple times. You have like one or two moments where you think, oh shit, I'm falling, but you manage to get down there without falling.
Okay.
However, as you're doing that, and Renazur is standing down there looking up to you. You, Renazur, hear a sound in the rain behind you. You look around, and you can see a humanoid shape darting away and covered by the rain instantly.
That's bad.
Can I follow it?
Sorry?
Uh,
You can follow it if you want to. I mean, you would have to run quickly to try to catch up to it because you can't see very far in the rain. And you'd also obviously have to leave your companions behind because Gel is just now about halfway. But you can. You can certainly try. So, what would you like to do? Quick. You don't have much time to think.
I stay.
Oh, okay. You hesitate for a moment, then you realize the shape is gone in the rain anyway. And then you're like, okay, I'll stay. All right, and that's when Gel arrives next to you, basically. Okay, who's next?
My turn?
I don't know. Okay. We have Burkus. 8. Is that with plus anything? No? Just a straight
Plus
up 8?
0.
Okay, you're climbing, and then you slip. You try to hold on to the rope, but you're not strong enough. And it's as if the rain itself is just pulling on you with 1,000 hands, dragging you away from the rope down, and you just stumble down there.
I'll try to catch him.
Okay, give me an athletics check, Renazur. No chance. You don't see. You're like, someone's coming, and then poof, to your left he hits the ground. You just couldn't see him at the moment. Okay, so you take 19 points of damage.
Ouch.
As you hit the ground, the mud. And you're like, oh, that's gonna leave a mark. Just lying there in the mud with the rain now falling onto your face.
I help him up.
Edge of death.
Sorry.
Oh, let's see you do better, Bard.
3-point landing.
Yeah, good landing. That was more of an 18-point landing.
So the first thing I do is I cast Unseen Servant.
Okay.
And when I get down, please untie the rope and throw it down to us.
Okay.
And then I tie myself with the rope. I tie it.
So with which end of the rope are you tying yourself?
So I pull the rope all the way up, right?
And
then
you can if you want, sure.
Yeah, I pull the rope all the way up, and then I leave about. It's a 50-foot rope, and he said it's about a 50-foot down.
It's a 60-foot rope, and it goes down for about 50 feet.
Okay. Yeah, so I leave about 5 feet of slack actually in the rope.
Okay.
And I tie it around my waist and also around each leg. I kind of make
All right. Yeah, I know what you mean.
You know what I mean.
Basket sort of thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's tied around my waist and pretty much it's really making me uncomfortable down there.
Okay.
And then I repel down slowly.
Go ahead.
Actually, I tell the unseen servant to hold a little bit of slack in the rope.
Okay.
Kind of belay me down a little bit. Athletics?
Yep. Okay. So you fall nearly immediately, and you see the ground rushing up to you, a jagged piece of rock, and you're like, ah! And then stop with a very painful jolt as the rope is taut, is just pulled tight, and you take 4 points of damage, and you're just like hanging now, head down, about 3 or 4 feet above ground, as your legs and your waist are still tied to the rope. And then you fall in onto the rock as your unseen servant ties off the end of the rope.
Yep.
And you take another 2 points of damage as you hit the rock with your face. Even though it was only 3 feet. And your arms, I guess, are like, oh, shit. And then land there with a little scraped chin and cheek.
Thanks, Weston.
That
Good
was
work.
awesome.
And the rope falls down and lands into the mud next to you.
Excellent performance.
Yeah,
Jump off the cliff.
He can't hear you. The rain is too heavy, I'm afraid.
Ugh. Idiot.
Guys, there was just a
Yes?
figure here. It's vanished in the rain. Back here.
Yeah, he points to, like, behind you, basically the path, the way you came. That's where the figure was. So behind you, more or less, or now in front of you, I guess.
Can I see if I find tracks?
You can certainly try. In this heavy rain, however, it will be tricky.
If it has any weight, it must have left tracks.
Yes, but the heavy rain washes it away within minutes, and it's already been a couple minutes that this is... But yeah, you can give me a survival check. It's mud, basically. This is not like... It's not like... Okay, yeah, you do find a few faint footprints. Look, from what you can tell, human-ish. I mean, not like claws or anything. It looks like boots or shoes or something.
Humanoid.
Yes.
I start following the tracks.
Okay.
I started following him.
Okay. Another survival check.
For me.
Yeah, you're following the tracks.
That is this one.
Okay. You follow the tracks for a couple 100 yards, but then lose them as they are just washed away by the rain. But they were pretty much always going the same direction, and it looks like they're heading for the village. Unless he obviously like moved to the left or right all of a sudden. But as you were following it, it was going pretty much in nearly a straight line. Back would be east.
It went for the village.
Well, all right. Here's my idea. It's not a great idea, but I really want to do this for Pellor. I owe him one. Here's my plan. The half-orc, who looked very mean and imposing, he's not going to like me very much. So, the way to get him to like you is you say that I tricked you guys into all this, and you killed me out in the woods somewhere. I'll stay on the outskirts. I'll stay right here, actually. And when you go find out everything, you come back and get me.
You're still about a good hour and a half walk away from the village.
Good. Well, let's walk for another hour. I'll say a half hour out of town.
Okay, sure.
And out of sight.
Yep. I mean, to stay out of sight, it would be enough to just stay like 200 or 300 yards away. The rain...
Sounds good. I'll stay...
And there's a lot of cover with all the rocks and such around, so you can easily hide within, say, 150, 200 yards of the village.
That sounds good.
Without much chance. Okay.
And if the shadows get you?
Well, I don't think it's not quite nighttime yet, is it? It's pretty early.
No, it is about like 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock at the most in the morning.
Oh, yeah, exactly. It's pretty early. Yeah, so we're good.
Yeah. Okay. So you head for the village, and as you see the village in the distance, I mean, you can only see very vague silhouettes in the rain. Jazad, you basically pick a hiding place between some rocks and huddle down in the rain to wait. Your cloak pulled up, hood pulled overhead, and fairly miserable, but probably better than having your face bashed in. So
absolutely, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
Can I take a short rest while that's happening?
Sure, if you want to, yeah. Well, although wait, because I don't know how long they'll be in the village. Maybe they'll be like coming out within a few minutes. So,
Cool.
you're starting to have a short rest, basically.
That sounds good.
Okay, so Barricus, Renazor, and Gel, you head for the village. There's no one working out in the field in this rain, obviously, and you can hardly make out any details because of the rainfall. That's very heavy. What would you like to do? The gate itself, it's a large wooden gate, nothing special really. Looks like a basically large barn door, is closed. And by gate, I mean the gate that's in the wall or in the wooden fence surrounding the village.
I need to find a place to rest because I feel like a strong wind will knock me unconscious.
Yeah. I'm just gonna shout out, anyone up there?
So the wall itself, by the way, is only about 7 or 8 feet high. So if you wanted to, you should be able to climb it without too many difficulties. It's more suited for keeping out wild animals, not so much like repelling an attack or something like that. But yeah, you step up, you pound at the door, and you shout over, and you shout a few times, and then after like 3 or 4 minutes, you could see 2 shapes appearing, and gazing at you through the small cracks in the wall itself. And you can hear a voice going, "Who's there?"
We're just travelers. Just want to get out of the rain. Can you let us in?
How many are you?
3.
All right, we'll let you in. Hands where we can see them. And the door starts slowly opening, and you can see there's four people, 3 men and a woman, waiting for you on the other side. The woman and one of the men are holding crossbows pointed your way, and the other ones are opening the door for you. And one of the guys says, "Ah, it's you guys. Weren't you 4 before? What happened to the human?"
Yeah, we lost one.
What do you mean lost one? What happened?
He did not fall.
Oh, that's too bad.
Oh, no, he was a scumbag.
All right. I see. Well, whatever. You're looking for a place to rest, yeah? Let's get out of this rain.
Oh, God, yes.
All right, the Falcon's Rest is right there. It's a decent inn. Just follow me. And yeah, he gives a nod to the others. The 2 of the guys start closing the gate, and the man and the woman take you through the rain, through the one large wooden building of the village. He pounds at the door. "Travelers outside here!" And he steps inside and just turns around to you and says, "Just wait here for a moment. I'll talk to the mayor." And he disappears inside, closes the door into your faces. The woman just leans against the wall, pulls her hood up, and still the crossbow, not really like pointed at you, but still sort of trailing your movements a little bit. She's clearly not very comfortable in your presence. You wait for a couple minutes, then the door opens again, and the same guy shows up and says, "Come in, come in."
Thank you. Come on in.
And as you step inside, the sounds of the rain are dimmed down, and the door closes behind you. You can see a warm, you feel warmth engulfing you as there's 2 large stone fireplaces in this large common room. And there's several tables set out, and there's a long bar with wood made of wood. And at the bar, there's about 6 or 7 guys sitting there. Amongst them, the half-orc that you have seen last night, and also actually the night before, sorry, the 2 nights ago, and also the halfling, the mayor that you have met. And the waitress or the innkeeper seems to be a very pretty blonde woman, a human woman in her sort of mid to late 30s, who is dressed in not very fine leather. So she looks to be have a little bit of money, and has 2 long, like blonde braids falling down on her chest. And she comes over to you as soon as you enter with a wooden tray holding small, what looks to be basically shot glasses made of wood. And she says, "Oh my, you poor men. Let me give you something to warm yourself up. This rain is dreadful, isn't it?" She gives you a smile and holds out the tray.
I'll grab one of the glasses.
Something on the house. Don't worry about it. My name is Ramina, and welcome to the Falcon's Rest.
Thank you. My name is Joe. It's Jazad. Jazad's the bard, right?
Yeah, Jazad's the bard, yeah.
Right.
My name is Joe. This is Barakos, and this is Mache. We were on the road heading down from the watchtower to calm the rain.
Yes, I've heard you went to this dreadful place. Did you find anything? Are you, by the way, drinking the shots, or just holding them in your hand?
Holding them for now.
Okay. Anyway, come closer. Take off your coats and such. Hang them next to the fireplace. Or actually, even better, give them to me. I'll take care of that. You just sit down, warm yourself up a little. Get the water out of your bones.
I guess I'll do that.
Okay. Yeah, she just grabs your cloaks, carries them over, and just hangs them onto like small hooks that are hanging next to the fireplace, where they start immediately to sweat water, so to speak. She ushers you to a table, and a couple of the other men are looking your way, and their gazes are not particularly friendly. They don't look like they're the very welcoming sort. The halfling, however, the mayor, Linwin, is coming over your way as soon as you sit down, and still holding your shot glasses, are you?
Yep.
Okay.
We've got them on the table by now. I'm not actively holding it.
Yeah, he's holding what looks to be a glass of wine, or a jar, like a cup of wine in his hand, and just raises this for a second, drinks a little bit of wine himself, and says, "Ah, you're back. Well, I've heard you lost one of your companions, the human, yes? The one speaking so many languages."
Yeah, funny story about that.
What's the story? Tell me.
Turns out that bard was nothing more than a trickster, a charlatan. He cast a spell on your, the half-orc is your, I assume, guard chief, correct?
Balak? No, he's just a blacksmith.
He cast a spell on Balak, turned him to his will, brought us up to the tower and tried to kill us, and we were forced to, well, let's just say he won't be bothering anyone again.
Give me a deception check.
Oh, god damn it!
Well,
12!
Okay, not bad. He gives you this look. You can't quite make out if he believes you or not, but he gives you a nod and says, well, I mean, you're not suggesting that you committed a crime, are you? I don't want to interpret it that way.
No. We just left him unconscious up near the watchtower. We left him there so you can pick him up in the morning.
Well, I'm sure no one is really going out for this weather. Also, because of with all the trouble that we're having. I mean, he can find his way back by himself.
Yeah, he'll have to anyway. The roads go through here anyway.
Well, yes, I guess so.
Then he'll find his way here.
So, how long are you staying for?
We'll probably head back down the hill once the rain stops. So probably for the week.
I see. Well, probably for the rest of the night then, at least, or for the rest of the day and the night. Yes, you wouldn't want to leave in the evening.
Oh,
and we could use a few extra swords for the night at least.
Sure. Absolutely. Wouldn't expect anything less.
All right. Well, just to let you know, the nights here are very dangerous. Just make sure that you have your weapons close by. We'll call you if there's any attack. My men are patrolling the streets.
I smile and pat my axe. That's not going to be a problem.
In fact, how about that? You can make one of those patrols yourselves, and I'll give you each 5 gold for it.
I look at the others. I'm in.
I'm in no shape to make any patrols tonight.
Ah, yes, my friend took about a fall on the way down. Unfortunately, he'll probably have to stay in and receive some bed rest.
I see. Well, that's too bad. That's
How
all right
much is
then.
the room for the night?
Oh, that's fine. I'll talk to Ramina for you if you help us out.
I was
Um,
going to suggest that you take the money that you were going to offer me for the patrol and put it towards giving him a room.
Oh, the rooms wouldn't be that much money. Don't worry. Well, let's not talk about this. You'll get decent food into your bellies and decent beds to sleep in, as long as you're helping us out. That's the least we can do. Let none say that the village of Morrow is not hospitable to its guests.
Very well then. So when will I start my shift?
As soon as the night falls.
All right
So
then.
there's quite a few hours left. Enjoy.
Okay.
Romina is a hell of a cook.
Oh.
He looks
Oh.
into your shots and says, "Oh, you're not a drinker, are you?" It looks at the three of you now.
Yeah.
You're not drinkers, I can see.
I take the shot.
Okay, it is a very some sort of brandy or something, very very high alcohol, but it tastes quite nice. You're surprised, in fact, that like an inn in the middle of nowhere would be able to have such decent liquor. Well then, I'll leave you to it. We'll talk before nightfall. Yes.
Sure.
Okay. He retreats back to the bar. Romina, the innkeeper, comes over and says, "Can I offer you anything to eat?"
Yes, please.
Well, nothing too special, but we have some rabbit stew with some mashed potatoes.
Sounds lovely.
Yes, thank you.
Excellent. I'll bring it. It's gonna be finished in about done in about an hour or so. So just enjoy the fire
Yes.
for now. And
Is
yeah,
it
she.
okay if I'd like to retire to my room and gather myself?
Oh, you poor thing. She steps in and puts like a hand onto your cheek and sort of pats you a little bit. You do look like rather worse for wear. Yes, of course. I'll bring you a key right away. However, maybe I should give you some water as well?
That won't be necessary. I have my own provisions.
All right. I just don't want you to bring pour mud all over my rooms, you know? Save me some work.
I'll clean myself off before I enter the room.
Excellent, you can do that. She points at the door and says, that way to the stables. It's best if you clean you there. There should be a bucket of water there. If you'd like to have some sort of brush or something, just let me know. Will you?
Thank you.
Excellent. Well then, I'll bring you your key right away. And she rushes over, and you can see her exchanging a few words with the mayor, and then comes back with the key and puts it on the table and says, "There you go. That's the key to your room. It's the first room on the left, immediately as you go, and when you go up the stairs." And she points to a small staircase leading up into the first floor. We only have 4 rooms, but that one should be big enough for the 3 of you without any problems.
Many thanks.
And yeah, she leaves you again and just says as she's leaving over her shoulder, lunch will be ready in an hour or so. Just relax. And she gives you a bit of a wink and walks off.
I'd like to take a short rest if I can
Sure,
at
yeah.
some point.
Yeah, you can have a short rest right now if you want.
Cool.
So just roll a bunch of hit dice, however many you want.
Do I get a short rest in as well?
Yes, you do get one as well, yeah. Yours is not nearly as restful, but you still can regenerate hit dice in the pouring rain outside.
As I'm doing it, I sing a little song of rest to myself at a whisper.
You can
Not too
do that.
loud, just a little rest.
Well, the rain would swallow up pretty much everything that you're singing anyway, so you don't have to be
just being
quiet.
careful.
Yep, sure enough.
Just being careful.
Yep.
I forget. Does a short rest?
Little lullaby. My
Okay.
my wet nurse used to sing to me.
Okay. Sorry, what was
Does
it?
short rest include the Constitution modifier or no?
It does. Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Okay.
Which is great for me because I have a -1 to con.
That's pretty good. Okay, so 11 hit dice for Barricos. 11 hit points, I mean, for Barricos. And 3 for Jazad. Okay. 11 for, sorry, 8 for Jazad.
10.
10? 6 plus 3, and then you roll the 1, which is 0.
No, 3 plus 1 is 4, plus 6 is 10.
What? Oh, that's a Song of Rest. Yeah, of course. Yeah,
Song of
yeah,
Rest.
yeah.
Yeah.
You have 1 more hit die if you want.
Yeah, I'm back up to full.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, you weren't injured that badly. Despite the best
And I don't have any.
intentions of your
I have
uncensored.
15. Yes, I did that. I totally did that on purpose. But it's 15 hit points.
Okay.
That is all I have, so I'm good.
So, what would you like to do? I guess, Jazad, you're just trying not to die from, like, lung disease, some
Exposure?
lung disease?
Yeah.
Yeah, or exposure or something, yeah?
Mhm.
Or what does the rest of you do?
Yeah.
Barricus, you're up in the room by now?
Yeah. I'd like
Okay.
to. Can I go down back to the tavern area and speak to?
You have like an hour. You have a nap upstairs basically for an hour or so, and then come down in time for lunch. Just as Ramina is dishing up the rabbit stew.
I guess I'll ask her if she knows anything about the people who were killed.
Oh yeah, I know them. They're just simple villagers like all of us here. I know, of course, I know everyone here. We only had about 5 dozen or so people from the start.
Do the people that were killed have anything in common, or are they just random people?
Well, I don't know. I mean, they're all people in this village. That's all that they had in common, I think.
We checked out that tower earlier,
Yes. Yes.
and it didn't seem to have any significance there. There was no signs of any evil or anything. Can you think of any other places around here that might?
I've only heard stories. The ruined tower is the only landmark I know of. I don't think there's any other ruins or anything around. I mean, there might be caves or something, but the hills are riddled with caves. There could be hundreds of them. To search all of them would be impossible, unless you had like a small army in your pocket. Do you have a small army in your pocket?
Not quite.
That's too bad.
Have you heard anything about an orc tribe in the hills?
Yes, those brutes. They're out there. We luckily enough they don't bother us much. They've attacked us a couple times a few years back, but for the last 2 or 3 years they haven't bothered us much. One of our hunters sometimes spots one of them in the wilderness, but that's we stay out of each other's way.
Where are they located?
I don't know where their camp is. It would be somewhere west of here. I don't know. It's probably hidden. There can't be that many of them, but they are obviously attacking travelers and such.
Do you think you can tell me about the hunters that have spotted them? Are there any in town right now?
Sure, I can ask around if you want.
Great. I'll just focus on my lunch.
Sure. I hope you like it. Is the lunch alright for every one of you guys? Are you boys?
Absolutely, sure.
And you, my half-orc friend?
Half-orc?
Yeah. Renazur is a half-orc.
Oh. Yep, sorry, forgot.
Sorry.
He was just like
Thanks.
face down. Yeah, she gives a little girlish giggle, and just oh
I
well, you
I
seem to like it.
was overwhelmed. I haven't had a warm meal in days.
Well, that's the highest praise I've ever gotten, I guess. Well, if you boys want more, there's always more in the kitchen. And dinner will also be ready, of course, before nightfall, so you can um, gather some energy before going out and protecting us all.
Yes.
And she gives you a nod and a smile and moves away. Okay, so lunch passes, you finish. What would you like to do? It is now about just a bit afternoon, basically, about maybe 12:30 or so.
It's still raining.
Yeah. Okay, the hours slowly pass. You just relax in the inn, and as evening approaches, the rain finally stops. Eventually, at about 4 o'clock in the afternoon or so, just like maybe an hour and a half before nightfall, Romina comes back with a thin man dressed in leather with a longbow over his shoulders and says, this is Berthold. He's one of the hunters that saw some of the orcs. Isn't that right, Berthold? And Berthold just gives a nod. He doesn't speak very much, but he's a good man. And she just pats his shoulder a little bit. Berthold just gives you a look devoid of much expression and a short nod. He's a scruffy-looking fellow with a little bit of an unkempt beard, short brownish hair, fairly thin, in his sort of early 30s or so.
Greetings, Bertold. What can you tell me about the orcs in the hills?
They're around. Sometimes I see them.
It's surprising that they don't try to attack your village. Do you know why they steer clear?
We killed some of them. Don't want to mess with us anymore.
Can you tell us where they're located? Can I do... I mean, it's kind of a waste, but can I do an insight check to see
Certainly.
if he's lying? -3.
Hey!
Look at that. Okay, so you sense that this guy's clearly not telling everything that he would know. Like, there's certainly something off about him. He feels uncomfortable talking to you, and he seems to be hiding something.
Alright.
And he keeps glancing back to the bar where a lot, like some of the other villagers are sitting while you're talking to him.
I'm gonna, I guess, aggressively ask if he could come speak to me alone in my room.
Like, what, just like that?
Yeah, I want to ask him some questions.
She gives you this look and says, and Romina says, I'm sure that wouldn't be necessary. You can talk right here. And you can see the guy gives you this disgusted look and just shakes his head slightly.
I'm gonna cast Thaumaturgy.
Okay.
And I'm gonna ask him once more as I make the ground shake and the
Okay.
lights flicker.
Okay.
Are you sure you don't want to speak to me alone?
He leaps backwards, wide open eyes. Romina stumbles back, and for a second you see a very deep frown crossing her face. But that disappears within a moment again. And the people in the room jump up and look around, and a couple of them come over, amongst them the large half-orc that you've seen, and he goes, "What's going on here?"
Keep
I
it
feel
down.
like you guys are hiding stuff from us.
What do you mean? You're calling us liars? And he goes for his mace, and Ramina grabs his arm, and she's, "God, boys, please. We have plenty of troubles anyway, without these accusations and these quarrels in my inn. Please, we are all friends here. You, sir, have no reason to insult our villagers, and you, Belloc, cool it down a little, will you?" And he just looks down onto his feet like a big child, sort of, and just sort of mumbles something like, "Yeah, sorry, Ramina."
Look, we're just trying to help here. If there's any more information that you guys can give us to help, we could really use that. Because we're at a dead end.
Ramina says, I don't think there's much we can tell you. Best is you wait for nightfall and see for yourself what horrors we are forced to face here.
I'll turn back to my party and ask what they think.
Something is not right here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm telling you, there's monster shadows attacking the village. Of course something's not right here. Are you some kind of moron?
I mean with you.
What? Boys, please. Calm down. We can talk about everything. There's worse things than... We have common enemies. These creatures will probably come within a few hours. And we don't need to fight amongst each other. These good gentlemen here might be able to help us. Please, don't insult them. Go back to your seats. Will you, Belloc? And all of you, go back. And they just nod and release their grips on their weapons and head back to the bar. I'm sorry. They are simple people. They do not like being insulted.
All right.
I guess there's nothing left to do but wait for nightfall.
Hmm.
Okay, Ramina lingers for a half minute or so around your table, but then as she sees that you're not willing to talk to her or not interested in talking to her anymore, she just gives you a nod and heads back and disappears in the kitchen, basically. Probably to prepare dinner, because night is approaching. By the way, night is approaching, Jazad. You're still outside. And you can see the dusk is falling. And darkness is not far behind.
Yeah. I think Jazad, after the rain stops, he is cold. And he's like, I can't light a fire here. People see me. That's it. I'm going to risk it. And I start heading into town.
Okay. So as you approach, now that the rain has stopped, you're spotted by one of the sentries on the towers, and he calls out, "Hey, there's someone there!" And you can see he whistles. He has like a shrill whistle made of wood that he raises to his lips, and there's this whistling sound all over the village. And even you into the inside the inn hear this shrill whistling sound from inside, and the people all jump up immediately. And the half-orc and his 5 or 6 men that were sitting there with him head out through the door, grabbing their weapons.
Guess I'm going with them.
You follow them?
Mm-hmm. Well, guess this is my job now.
Okay. You can see there's one of the guards, a human on one of the towers pointing and says, "There's someone coming! One guy coming out towards the village!" And it looks like it's that guy from before. The one who cast the spell on Belloc.
Oh, that.
My hands are just up. I'm just waiting.
Okay. The door opens in front of you, and you can see now 5 6 men gathered there, and a little bit behind them, your 3 companions standing there, and those men rush out towards you and surround you immediately, weapons drawn, pointed at you, and you can see Bellag, the half-orc, just lumbering in behind them, just giving you this dark stare that promises violence, and he's just, you fuck with my mind! I'm gonna break you like a twig! And you can just see his massive hands making fists.
You could do that, or I could offer you my sincerest apologies, and I could pay you some money.
Fuck your apologies! I can take your money once you're dead! He pushes his way through his companions, and he grabs you basically like by the cloak and lifts you up a little bit, and he pulls you. Oops, and my microphone falls. He pulls you into his face, and you can feel his hot breath and the spittle that he's just basically holding you just inches away. His little piggish eyes with the red fury of the half-orc lingering behind him bore into yours, and he's just like shaking you a little bit, and he's like, with these tusks protruding out. You guys can all see this, by the way. The rest of the people and the villagers have stepped away a little bit, and what do you do?
I just stand there and say, you're not going to hurt me in front of all these people. You don't want to do that.
He's really going to kick your ass.
Why the fuck would I care? You think they haven't seen that before? Why the fuck would I? And you can hear a voice going, Belloc! Please, Belloc, release the man. We'll talk about this. And you can see Lindman, the mayor, coming out of the gate now. Having a hand crossbow out and pointing it at Belloc, actually.
I've got my axe out.
But Lindman! I'm not going to ask you again, Belloc. Drop him now. Alright, and he just pushes you down into the mud, basically. Just flings you off onto the ground. Turns around, looks around, looks back onto you, Jazad, and says, "This isn't over!" And just turns around and rushes off into the village.
What a nice guy.
You made a friend.
I'm so sorry that I had to do that to him, but as you can see, he's just unbalanced.
Linwin steps up to you and reaches out one hand to help you up to his feet. And even though he's a halfling, for a halfling, he seems to be fairly well-muscled, so he can help you up a little bit. And he says, forgive him, he's a simple soul.
Well, thank you so much.
His kind, you know, the aggression is always close to the surface.
Yes, it's a problem I've been having a lot lately. You guys are out there?
Yes.
Yeah, they're standing a couple yards away.
Yeah, I say it's a problem I've been having a lot lately, and I shoot a glance over at Renozur.
He follows your gaze and says, I see. Well, how about we head inside? Night is falling, and we don't want to be caught outside.
Well, that's lovely. If perhaps that supper date that we were talking about, that would actually. I'm freezing. I've been out in the rain all day. I had a fall and conked my head and.
I see. Well, of course. Please come in. Then they lead you over back to the Falcon's Rest, and you meet Ramina, comes up to you and says, "Oh, you must be the one that fell off a cliff, yes? I'm glad to see you're alright."
Thank you so much. Your inn is absolutely lovely. I've not seen anything so fine since I have left Halvak.
Aren't you quite the charming one? I'll bring you something to eat in a moment. Get rid of most of your clothes and hang them up to dry. I can bring you a simple cloak if you want.
That would be lovely. Thank you so much, darling.
Of course. You just sit down. And Linwin, the mayor, just draws a chair close and hops up onto the same table and says, "Well, I think we should talk. Yes?" All of us.
I
He looks
definitely think
around.
we should.
As I said, told your companions before, I'll be happy to offer you 5 gold a head if you help us beat back these creatures that come for us at night. You have some magic, so you might be able to help us fight them off, yes?
Yeah, absolutely. I have many magics at my disposal for fighting things off. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I definitely want to help. Anything you know about these attacks would be most useful.
Well, I can tell you that the attackers are black creatures made of darkness, patches of darkness with humanoid shapes. They come out of the darkness, and they seem to, I guess they seem to attack the life energy of the villagers. They have left behind several corpses, just dead without any wound as such. None of us knows magic, so we try to fight them off with, but what they don't seem to mind normal weapons much.
I see. That no one else really, no travelers have come through town at all recently within the
No.
past, let's say, month.
No, not really. I mean, there's been a couple travelers, yes. About 3 or 4 weeks ago, I'd say. But since then, no one. Small groups. Think a traveling merchant and his bodyguard. A couple smaller groups of 3, 4 individuals.
You didn't see a dwarf in shiny armor, did you?
No.
Goodness me. I thank you so much for your hospitality. Do you have a shrine here to a deity?
I'm afraid not. We are a simple village. We do not have the money to erect such monuments to the gods. Of course, we are praying, but we do not find it necessary to have a house of worship as such.
And that is definitely something I can file with my report to the king, to make sure that we get one here. Who do you worship?
Well, all kinds of gods, really. Whoever helps.
Whoever helps.
Really, we do not have any preferences.
Pellor?
Well, yes, occasionally.
Oh, good. So no priests or paladins of Pellor have come through within the past month.
Not that I know. I mean, I guess they might have been in disguise or something, but not that I've seen.
You said a merchant came through.
Yes, a merchant with 2 or 3 bodyguards.
2 or 3 bodyguards. And after they came through here, where did they go?
I guess further down east.
Interesting. What kind of wares were they selling?
I don't think they've been selling wares in the village itself. They just had a couple mules with them full of bags.
Good to know.
I haven't talked to them personally.
So
I mean, I don't talk to every single traveler that comes over here. On good
understand.
nights, we have half a dozen travelers a day.
Good to know. Well, thank you so much. I will definitely file that in my report. Make sure that that we get a shrine in here for your gods.
Yes, of course. Let me know if there's anything I can do for you. But night is approaching, and we need to get ready, I'm afraid.
Well, let me dry off a little bit, and then we'll get going.
Yes,
I agree.
Just keep your ear out for whistles. If you hear any, that's an alarm.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much, Linwin.
Of course. That's the least I can do. I mean, you all will be helping us as well, of course. So I'll have your gold ready come morning.
Just as we're having a conversation, can I insight check him to make sure he's not holding anything back about those?
Sure. 21. He's a very hard guy to read, but there is something about him that gets you the impression that he's a proficient liar, and he's not telling you the truth. He seemed to have become a bit more like, I guess, off the further the conversation progressed. So
Yeah, I got that sense.
He was
Yeah.
definitely trying to sort of like wiggle his way out of things the further the conversation progressed. You're not sure, but you get the impression this guy is a fairly proficient liar. Only your very sharp ear and keen mind could help you discern that something's wrong with this Linven guy. In fact, if you think about it, there's something with his face. His face seems weirdly familiar to you. You're not quite sure where, but you think you might have seen this face somewhere. Weirdly enough. Or some face that's similar to you're not sure. It's weird. It's a weird feeling. It's just like a short feeling that you get after he's already finished the conversation, he heads off. And you're thinking like everything's going through your mind once again.
Where's everyone else?
Well, the rest of you sitting at the table, I guess, at the same table, just having a little dinner.
I just
Romina has brought out some like sliced ham and cheese and bread and with a few dried vegetables and such, and just put it in front of you for as dinner. So you're.
For sure, I definitely start eating, and then I kind of lean over to Gel, and in Dwarvish in his ear I say, "We need to follow him." And then I also do the same to Renazor. When I speak in, I just very quietly in Orcish. We need to follow the man. He's the key. And then I just give a nod to Barricos.
Okay.
Oh, you know what I do? I as we're kind of talking, I send Barricos a message.
So you
use my message cantrip.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what's the message?
And I just, in your mind, Barricos, it just says, the mayor. We need to follow the mayor. Not all is what seems.
Okay.
I nod.
Okay, so you're enjoying.
I start speaking Infernal to Perseus, this language he speaks not, and laugh.
Yeah, I do not speak Infernal.
Yeah, you can just hear, but I think Barricos should speak Infernal, right?
Yes.
I do.
Okay, so yeah, you can speak. You guys just hear him mumbling something like. No
I'm
idea.
just nodding.
It sounds pretty dark. Whatever it was he said. Okay, so night has fallen outside, and you're finishing your dinner. There's a couple nervous-looking men sitting around the bar, fingering their weapons, cleaning a few spears, crossbow bolts, and such, and just staring out the window every now and then. People are clearly afraid. They're not faking it. No way. Some of them are downing a few shots to raise their morale a little, I guess. And Romina is just lingering around, walking from one to the other, just putting her hand on their shoulders, whispering in their ears a little bit here and there, giving them a few pats on the cheek and such. Generally trying to lift their morale with her presence, I guess. She is a fairly good-looking woman, so her mere presence probably lifts a few morales.
You know, I sent a message to Renazur. I'm like, you know what? Can you find Belog and tell him that it's the mayor behind all this? Hello?
Marcus? That was to you.
Pellor is...
The half-orc, the other half-orc.
The half-orc. Angry half-orc.
Yeah, you can see Renazor like thinking. Not sure who you mean.
Yeah.
Why should I tell him? Whisper.
Just he's you know, I just start speaking Orcish now. He's scared. He's terrified of everything that's going on here. That's why he's on edge. That's why he's angry. We need to use that to our advantage. And if we can turn him against the mayor, and I saw something in that mayor, it was weird. Something about his face, seen him before, it's strange. I can't quite put my finger on it. But he's bad. He's bad news. He's a great liar, and I know great liars because I'm a great liar.
I'm afraid he Pellor stands 100% behind the mayor.
Maybe. I'll trust your judgment on that. But we should get eyes on the mayor soon. So I get up and say, all right, let us begin our duties. Shall we, gentlemen?
Okay. So you stand up, you grab your weapons, put your armor back on, even though it's still slightly wet, and head out into the night. Is that what you're doing?
Do we each get a whistle?
No. You don't get any whistles.
Okay.
You step out into the night, and you see other small patrols of 2 or 3 men or women, or women, with torches. You do get torches from the villagers, just walking around. The village itself isn't very large. So as I said, about 20, 25 houses all in all. So it's not a lot of ground to cover. So there's only there's about 3 or 4 patrols. And there's one guy each on one of the towers, just looking out. They all look very nervous. You can see their crossbows shaking a little bit, and a lot of them are gripping their weapon hilts with white-knuckled hands, and their eyes are darting left, right, looking into the shadows, and they're just hanging torches everywhere, so there's a lot of light around. But, of course, you cannot light a torch without also creating a shadow somewhere. And those flickering shadows from all the torches are where the eyes of the patrols are drawn. And it's eerily quiet in the village. There's hardly any noise. The people are not talking to each other, the villagers.
So I say we kind of do what they're doing. We kind of go on patrol, but I say we make our way towards the mayor's residence.
Well, you don't know where that is.
Okay. I thought there was a big building.
No, the only big building is the Falcon's Rest, the inn.
Yeah. As we're going around, there's other patrols, right?
Yes, there are. There's two more, made of 3 people.
As we run into the patrol, I say, "Good evening, everyone. See anything? Anything?
All quiet.
Anything out of the ordinary?
Thank the gods."
Well, that's good. The mayor and I had a standing appointment after our shift was over to have a nightcap. Could you direct me to his residence?
Give me a deception check.
I should be good at this.
Well, okay. Yeah, he's like he nods and says, "Oh, that's the mayor's house right there." He just points over his shoulder with his thumb, and you can see your house. It looks pretty much like all the others, just standing off so close to the center of the village.
Thank you so much.
Okay, as
taking on patrol.
Okay, you continue the patrol, and after about an hour or so you have patrolled, you can all of a sudden hear a scream in the distance. Ah! And immediately 2 or 3 whistles start blowing, and the shrill sound of the whistles cuts through the darkness. Attack! We're under attack! They're here, south side of the village!
And what side of the village is the mayor's house on?
It's pretty much in the center.
I tell the rest of the party, you go deal with that. I'm going to the mayor's house, and I start heading to the mayor's house.
Okay.
Oh, fucking coward. That's under my breath. He doesn't hear it.
Okay.
Stop that.
There's now an explosion of noises. You can hear people shouting and whistles blowing and running footsteps all over, just like running to the south. And what you'd like to do? Just follow them? Run down south?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
And Jazad, what do you do?
I'm heading to the mayor's house.
Okay, give me a stealth check with advantage. The whole commotion gives you a decent cover. 19. All right, yeah. Unseen, you press yourself against the wall as one of the patrols runs past, and then slide past through the shadows and hide behind the building of the mayor's house itself. Just as you slide around, the front door of the mayor's house bangs open, and 3 men come running out, the half-orc and 2 more. And they are run past you without seeing you and run down to the south side of the village. And the door, they even leave the door open behind them. And you catch a quick glimpse of the half-orc carrying his mace and something else that's wrapped in, like a longish object that's wrapped in leather. And then they're past you.
I poke my head and take a look, open the door.
Okay.
It's
So
the
you
door.
just a quick peek.
Yep.
Okay. You see an empty room and a second room that's well lit with lanterns, and you can hear what seems to be 2 or 3 voices talking. There. Just quietly.
Man,
you can't
I
make out
wish
what
I
they're
had it.
saying.
I wish I took invisibility.
Oh, well. Anyway, so while you're doing,
Yeah.
the rest of you is heading down south, and you are joined by one of the patrols, 1 man and 2 women armed with crossbows that run next to you, and one of the women says, "It's coming from over there, follow us!" And as she's saying that, you can see a weird shimmer passing through the whole scene, and then the darkness onto your left starts bulging outwards as 2 weird humanoid shapes made of pure blackness appear. It seems as if they're stepping out of the wall of the house that you're passing next to. And we are in initiative. We are up.
Great.
We start with a gel.
How many of them are there?
2.
Okay, get up close. Please hit.
Okay, you just run up with your
Yep.
axe. You slash down.
Fierce attack. Fierce attack.
Reckless attack?
Yeah, reckless
Yeah,
attack.
23 is definitely hit, yeah. And 14 points of damage.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You slash into the shadowy form, and you cut off a piece of its arm, basically, as it's like the ends of a candle flame, the tip of a candle flame, small black pieces flatter away and disappear. But you do get the impression that your attack has not dealt as much as you would have liked.
Oh, great.
The part of the blade just passes through without doing anything.
Terrific.
Okay, Renozur.
Which one is the barbarian attacking?
The right one.
I cast Hex on him.
What?
Okay. On the same one.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, he's on the shadow side. Okay.
And yes, I go with I cast Booming Blade.
Okay, you run in with your greatsword, slashing down. All right.
Do I get advantage?
You
or...
do. Yes,
Mhm.
because of the barbarian's wolf ability, the wolf totem.
Okay.
As you hear this ghostly howl in the back of your head, strengthens your blows. The wolf spirits are amongst you. Yes, 18 is definitely a hit. You slash into it with your greatsword.
It's 5, 6 plus 3. And
That's normal damage, right?
Yeah.
and necrotic.
Okay. So the necrotic damage doesn't do anything. It seems to completely ignore your hex. And the greatsword doesn't deal as much as you would have liked. It does hurt it a little bit, but not as much as you would have thought it would. Even though you cleaved all the way through its chest, basically. Now, the shadow creatures, they ignore you completely and step through you. just moving past you. Booming blade goes off. Roll damage. And even that doesn't seem to do that much. As the creatures pass through you and attack the villagers behind you, going in with their shadowy claws. One of them is attacking the woman with a crossbow, and the other one is attacking the man that was running with you. The woman ducks out of the way, but the man is hit square in the chest with one of these by one of these shadowy claws, and you can see him and then going limp and hardly keeping up, as you can see his face going pale, his whole body starting to shake, and he can barely keep up as he nearly falls down. That was the Shadow's turn. Jazad, what are you doing? You're not in combat, but still. You can hear combat, however.
I hear. Well, I hear combat, or just hear voices talking.
Well,
I hear combat that way.
You hear, I mean, shouts. You're not sure if it's actual combat as such, but.
I'm gonna sneak in. I'm gonna sneak in the door.
Stealth check.
Try to. Yeah. I can do that.
With advantage again, because of the noise in the background. 18. You're not heard from the looks of it. You press yourself against the wall. You're now in the anteroom. You caught a quick glimpse. You caught a quick glimpse of the mayor and two more people. One of them, Ramina, the innkeeper, and the other one, another halfling that you might have seen around the village.
I start reading their lips.
Okay. Yep, sure. Barricus, you're up.
I am muted. So it seemed those attacks didn't do as much damage as they seemed.
No. And the two creatures seem to be ignoring you as well. They have not tried to attack you. They moved straight past you, basically.
All right. I guess I'll just try to finish off the one that's already been damaged.
All right. What are you using?
I'm going to use Scorching Ray.
Okay. Fire appears in the air, 3 bolts of flame, and just shooting at the creature.
First one is a 9.
That's a miss.
12.
That is a hit.
Yeah.
And the 19 is also a hit. 3 hits. 2 hits, sorry. Go ahead. Roll damage. 7 and 5. Again, the damage doesn't seem to be as big as you would have thought, as part of this creature swallows up the fire, but still it bursts open and dissipates as you finish it off, despite everything.
Right.
The villagers now will just lash out with their weapons against the one remaining shadow creature. One of them hits, but the weapon doesn't do much. The spear passes through the creature, and the creature doesn't even show any signs of wounds or anything like that. We're up to Gel again. Oh, he's gone. Okay, Renazur.
I'll drop my sword, and you see as in both hands grow claws.
Yes.
Large, bony claws.
Yes, Renazur's hands grow, and claws grow out of his hands.
And I go attack. Can I do booming blade with them?
Sure, they're kind of short swords, so yeah, you can.
Yeah.
So
Then
just
I'll
one
do
attack.
that.
Okay, electricity surrounds one of your claws. You run in, swipe. 15 is a hit, and I believe those claws do magical damage, right?
Yes, they do.
Excellent. Roll damage.
This
6 points. Okay. One of the claws cut through the beast's chest, and you could see a flash of red energy as the claw connects to the darkness, and the darkness dissipates in one place. This attack finally has hurt them properly. That was Renazur's turn. The last shadow now, ignoring Renazur completely, strikes at the man again that it already struck once. And it grabs him by the throat and squeezes, without actually squeezing, as the shadowy hand just passes through his flesh, and the man... And you can see he goes completely white, and then falls over backwards. Hits the ground, unmoving. And the two women are like, shit! Ah! It got Windmill! No! And stumbling backwards from the creature. Jazad, you're now reading lips, but we'll come to that later. The two villagers will turn and run, which allows the shadow to take one attack of opportunity against one of them. Will hit. And the one of the women takes the hit in the back, stumbles on though, quite severely drained. Okay. That was their turn. Our friend Gel is still not back, so I'll just roll 2 quick attacks for him. That's probably a hit, I'd say, as he's attacking. All right, let's actually, sorry, no, 1 attack. And he has a great axe. That's a D12. Okay, yeah, he hits the creature, but he doesn't deal much damage. Renazor, you're back up. You're up. Oh, sorry, I missed. Sorry, Barricus, I skipped you. Go ahead.
I'm gonna go ahead and cast another Scorching Ray.
Okay. Misses, and misses.
Wonderful.
So, Renazur, you're up.
I do another booming blade.
Okay.
This for
A claw attack.
here.
That is a miss.
I get advantage.
Oh, you do, yes. That's still a miss.
Still a miss.
Oh, no, that's damage. You rolled damage. 1d6 plus 3.
Sorry.
Reroll the d20. Yeah, that's a hit. That is definitely a hit. And you can just take the damage that you rolled before. So 8 points of damage. And with that, you reach into the creature, and your claws cut through it, and it dissipates, and it's gone. And you're just standing there now, with one dead villager on the ground, and nothing, no sign of the attackers. They have disappeared. Anyway, jumping over to Jazad now. You're peeking into the room and reading lips. They're speaking fairly quietly, but you can still read their lips pretty well. And you can see Ramina saying, if they help us, we should definitely let them help us. We can always get rid of them later. And Linwen, the mayor, goes, they're dangerous. One of them is a practitioner of magic. Yes, but exactly that means that they might be able to help us. But they might discover the shrine, don't you think? Well, if they do, then we will just have to deal with that, won't we? Trust me with that. Well, I guess I'll have no other choice. I think they will be able to help us tonight. And then we'll see, according to however tonight goes, however many, hopefully we won't lose any more. If this goes on, our operation here will be impossible to continue. Yes, that's true. But we can just move to another place, get some more people, some new people, and continue on as we always did, yes? Yes, maybe you're right. I don't know if these shadows will be following us or not, but, well, if they do, I will continue praying, and our master will provide us protection eventually, I'm sure. Maybe he just needs more incentive, more payment. Don't you think? And Linwin goes, the strangers, maybe. They might prove worthy, do you think? Well, they're better than some merchant or random travelers. True enough. Anyway, let me head back to the inn. I need to prepare if there's any wounded ones and such. And
I peace. As soon as she says I need to head back, I'm out.
Okay, so you sneak out, and their voices die down behind you. Okay, as you do sneak,
and I start chasing after the half orc who's carrying whatever that thing is carrying.
Okay, you chase after the half orc, and you see to your left, you can see your companion standing with one dead villager on the ground. Further ahead, there's more sounds of combat. What would you like to do?
I trip and fall.
Okay, so Renozur, Gel, and Barricus, you see Jazad coming out of a side street and falling onto the ground, not far away from you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just so weak and clumsy. I shouldn't have. Should be. Sorry.
No one's really around.
What's going on? Yeah, but I'm just putting on a show.
I know.
And but then I get up and keep walking. But I'm keeping an eye on the half orc, seeing what he's doing.
He's gone. You can't see him anymore. He's rushed out about a minute before you. You have no idea where he's gone off to.
Damn. All right. Cool. Back. I meet up back with the party.
Okay. So. You meet up. You're standing there now.
So, what happened? I see that's not good. I rush over to the dead body and I try to do to use some knowledge. Say a little prayer to Ayun. Give me some knowledge about what's wrong with him.
Yeah, he's dead.
Oh, he's dead.
He's cold.
Well,
very
he's cold. He's dead. This one's dead. He's gone. Someone should probably say last rites or something. What happened? Why is he dead?
Yeah, he doesn't have any wounds. You don't see any wounds.
This is weird. Hello? What's happening?
So those shadows are real, and they didn't seem to be.
Okay.
They didn't seem to have any interest in us. They just went straight for the villagers, even though we were hacking away at them.
Interesting. Well, we should probably go see if anyone needs help. We should. Let us head back to the inn, and perhaps we.
As you're talking, you catch out of the corner of your eye a glimmer of bluish light. You turn your head, and you see at the end of the road, where the road hits the wall of the village, basically, a little bit of a blue shimmer in the air, just blinking 2 or 3 times, and then disappearing.
Did everybody catch that?
Yeah, you saw that. It was quite distinct because you're facing sort of half that way. Not very. It wasn't very bright, but it was bright enough to catch your attention.
There's some villages around, yeah.
No, the villagers have all ran off. Either they've hid the hiding in their houses, or they are fighting down in the east, where you can still hear shouts and such.
So no one else is around us, just us 4?
Not as far as you can. I mean, there might be people in the houses around you, but you can't see anyone out in the street.
I say we go towards it. Let's get towards it and away from everyone else.
Okay. Is everyone Okay.
I start heading towards the light.
Everyone following?
Yeah.
Okay. You see the light as you approach. It blinks 2 more times, and then it flies. It seems to be moving upwards a little bit. It flies over the wall and then blinks a couple more times, and then disappears beyond the wall.
Can I roll an Arcana check to see if I think that's a spell or something?
Mm-hmm. Sure. It's definitely some sort of magical effect. You're not quite sure what it is. It doesn't seem very strong as such.
Some kind of magic. Now that we're kind of away, I kind of say, listen, we have to be extremely careful here. I don't know if they exactly know what's going on here, but I managed to catch the innkeeper and the mayor, and was there one other person?
Yeah, there was another halfling, but he wasn't talking. He was just sitting there.
Yeah, there was just another halfling talking there, and they're definitely in cahoots, and something very odd is here. They don't. Definitely, the shades are attacking the townspeople, and they don't quite. I don't know if they know what's causing that, but they definitely. They don't pray to any of my gods. They don't pray to Ioun or Pellor here. They pray to another god. They didn't say the name, but there's definitely a shrine here, and they've been praying to him for protection. But I have a bad feeling about it. So we have to be very careful. And they've been offering offerings, so they've been doing sacrifices. That merchant didn't leave. That they sacrificed him, and other random travelers. But I still don't know if Brother Marcius or Dwargrin were offered. I can't say that for sure. But we need to be careful, and I don't know what that light was. This place is very, very.
The light shows up again. 2, 3 bluish blinks out beyond the wall.
I almost trust the light more than I trust these people.
Someone's trying to get our attention.
Yes.
Yeah, I start heading toward the light.
So you have to climb over the wall to do that. Which is not a big deal. I'm just saying you have to do that.
I start doing it.
Okay, so you climb. It's not easy, difficult, as I said. The wall's only about 7 feet high or so. So you lift yourself up and you jump over the wall. And the light, you can see the light now moving away slowly and blinking every couple seconds, heading north from the looks of it, away from the village.
I follow it, but I'm being very aware of my surroundings.
Okay, it is very dark
Looking around
outside,
myself.
except for that light and all the torches in the village behind you. Other than that, the night is dark. What about the rest of you? What about 2 of you, Renazur and Barricus? Are you following as well?
I retract my clothes and pick up my sword and follow.
Okay.
I'm following too.
Okay, so you all climb across the wall, follow the light. The light leads you up north about 200 or so yards away from the village, and then it leads you to like behind a few rocks and to a very old, large tree. It looks to be like an old willow tree. And there it blinks. And as you approach, the light slowly changes, and you can see it takes on a humanoid shape. The shape of a young man, dressed in wide robes. You can, however, see as you approach that this young man, his head is slightly lolling backwards, and you can see there is dark, massive gash across his throat.
Do you think
Who
that's
are
the
you?
priest we were looking for?
It's very possible. Who are you? Can you talk?
He points at the ground, the muddy ground underneath his feet.
Do any of you have something you can dig with?
The ground is muddy enough, you could probably dig with your fingers.
I'm not going over there.
I dig.
Okay, so you step up. The creature, spirit, ghost, whatever it is, apparition, sort of moves to the side a little bit, hovering in midair, and you start digging in the ground. And as soon as you start, you've only dug maybe a couple inches, your hand hits something hard.
Thing.
You pull it out, or you try anyway,
Mm.
and what you're holding is a human arm. White, lifeless.
A dead one.
Most likely, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like the arm. The arm seems to be attached to something. You can't pull it out. You guys can see now. Actually, you can't because it's... actually, the bluish glimmer of the creature gives you enough light to see. And you can see this pale arm, naked, just now protruding from the wet ground.
Keep digging. What is it? It might be him.
It is him.
You dig, and you find... You pull it out, and you can see it's a human body, but it's an older man, bearded, very dirty, obviously full with mud, in his sort of 40s maybe, throat cut, with a long gash.
I step forward and start looking over the body. Do I see any holy symbols, or I'm
Nope.
just looking for other signs?
Nope.
And I look up at the body. Is this you? The spirit.
Is this the merchant?
Points to the ground.
All
around.
over here. All over here.
There's many.
Do you
that
want
come-
us to find you?
He seems to be trying to form words, but it is very difficult for him.
Can I lip read?
You can. He forms the words "justice is red."
Justice is red. Justice is red. All right. Justice is red.
What are you saying? Justice is red? Is that like
Justice
the
is
color
red.
Or like the reading?
Justice is red.
Oh, red like the color.
The color, yes. Justice is red. I don't know. I mean, red, obviously blood. That's
He
always
points at the
comes to
ground
mind.
and then points above your heads towards the village.
hmm You're getting justice. I understand. Do you know a brother Marcius? Yes. Mm-hmm. And Dwargrin Ironbeard. He points to the ground.
Yeah.
And then I say, where are you?
He points and then towards the village.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much. We will get your body and bring it back to Pellor, where we will give you last rites. We will find it. And he says,
The same
justice
thing.
is
Yeah.
red, I'm assuming?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And again, pointing at the
Yep.
village.
The mayor.
He says, everyone.
All right. All right. All right. I dig up. I say we need to dig up these bodies, and so I go to where he pointed. We start digging up his body and the other body.
Mm-hmm. So where you can see his body, you dig him up. It's naked. It has a cut across the throat, but it also has a large hole in the chest area.
His heart's down there.
His heart is not here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. And then I go find where he pointed at the dwarf.
Yep, you dig
Well,
out a dead dwarf, naked as well. He has several wounds on his body, and also has a cut across his chest, but it doesn't seem as deep. No, he has several wounds, like all over his arms and his stomach and his chest.
Mm-hmm.
While digging,
I say to
you get
yeah.
the feel while digging around for these two bodies and pulling them out. You get the feeling that there's more bodies around you in the ground, many more, dozens.
Mm-hmm. I start telling everyone. All right. Well, here's what we were charged to do. We were charged to bring back their bodies and bury them. But and we can certainly do that. But there's a couple things we need. One, I owe thanks to Pellor. I should have died. The Red Death, I caught it 10 years ago, and because of a Pellor, I don't think I'd be here. So I owe him one. So I wouldn't mind getting Brother Marcius' heart back for him. Justice is red. Getting it back and doing that. The problem is I don't think we're enough to take on a town. And my guess is wherever this shrine is, that's where we got to get it. And I guess also the hammer. Was he Justice is red?
No, he's saying the inn.
Brother Marcius, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right. And what is he saying?
Brother no longer.
Understood. Good. All right. We make one fell strike. This is our options, really. Our option is we go in alone tonight. We go in on the auspices that we're just staying in for the night, but we go snooping around the inn, and we take care of what needs to be taken care of. The other thing we could do is we take the bodies, go back to Green Birch, and then I send a letter to my contacts in Halvik, and we get a larger force come in and eradicate everyone in this town. What say you?
Drastic measures.
Do we risk it, or do we play it safe?
They don't know what we know. Or they don't know that we know about them.
Right. That's what I'm saying. We can do a targeted strike right in here, right now, while we have a surprise and an opportunity. If we do...
My heart, give it to me, and I will bring justice.
That's all I need. Let's head back into town.
All right.
Okay. So you leave the spirit behind.
Yeah. I bury back the bodies. I cover them back with dirt, then
Okay.
head back.
And you head back to the town, which has quieted down. You don't hear any more shouting and fighting. Like, how do you want to just climb over the wall again, or?
Yeah, try to where the inn was. Can we like try to sneak in through the back and then come in back to the front?
You can try, sure.
Like with the wall close.
Yeah.
Closest to the inn.
Yeah. Give me stealth checks.
That's my suggestion.
Everyone. You have advantage because it is dark. 18. 20. Let me roll for Gel, who might or might not be coming back. Okay. Marcus, you have advantage.
No.
Oh,
Because
no, you
the
don't. You
armor.
have disadvantage. Yes, you're right. You just have 11. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, it is good enough. Yeah, we can have a short 3-minute break so you guys can go to the restroom and such before we launch into the final part of this adventure. That's
good.
fine. That's fine with me. Yeah, sorry about that. I keep forgetting that sort of stuff. I should really do like, in the middle of the adventure. I should really like get used to doing that. But yeah. Anyway, I'll see you guys in a couple minutes, and then we'll finish this off.
Cool.
Ready whenever you guys are.
I'm good to go.
I'm go.
Ready.
Excellent. Okay, so you have stalked over the wall and are now stealthily approaching the inn. There's a couple of sentries, but they are looking for shadows, not for humans that are moving. Even though one or two of them might spot you, no one tries to stop you. And you can approach the inn. Do you want to approach from the back door, through the back door, or front door, or whatever?
From the back.
Okay.
If there is a back door,
There is
I
a back
definitely
door.
want to see if we can get in there.
Yeah, the back door leads out to the the outhouse.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay, you open up the back door. You can see a corridor that leads into the front common room, and you can hear voices in the common room. Quite a lot of voices, at least like a dozen or so voices, that seem very, very upset. And you can hear like, "Oh, when's this gonna end?" And like, "How are we supposed to stop them? They got 2 more of us tonight," and like that sort of stuff. Yeah, to your left, there's the staircase leading up to the first floor, and to your right is a door that seems to be leading into the kitchen.
My guts, then
you know,
we want down.
and I agree. Kitchen first. So I kind of sneak and I poke my head in the kitchen to see if there's anyone in there.
No, the kitchen is lit, but there's no one there.
I start looking around the kitchen and looking for other routes out of here.
There is
things going down.
There's a fairly large, very obvious trapdoor in one corner of the room. Not tried to be concealed or anything.
I try to lift it up as gingerly as possible.
You can. It is not a problem. It is heavy, but not so heavy that you can't lift it. And there is a ladder leading into a basement. And the basement is lit, weirdly enough. There is a lantern hanging down there that seems to be lighting the basement. You can see what you can see from above. There's a lot of crates and barrels and such in there.
I listen.
Seems quiet enough. You can hear like a lot of noise coming from the inn, which makes it hard for you to really listen, like from the common room. That's next door after all. But from down there, you don't hear anything. You don't think you hear anything.
And I take a look at the dwarf and head nod.
The dwarf has disappeared. You have no idea where he is.
I take a look at the half-orc. Head nod.
I go.
Okay. You climb down.
Climb down.
See, looks like an ordinary, well-stocked cellar. You can see a couple wine barrels, a couple beer barrels, a few water barrels. You can see food, cheese, like whole wheels of cheese, a few loaves of bread, ham, all kinds of stuff. Pickled vegetables. Seems normal enough.
Look, I'm looking for secret doors.
Sure, you can do that.
Track.
I follow him.
Yes.
After he goes down and nothing happens, I follow down.
Okay.
That is perception or investigation?
Investigation.
We.
When I get down there, I do the same.
Sure. 22. Nice. Did I hear -1? Okay, so Jazad is looking around, and you sense, or you smell something. Okay, Renazur has no idea. You're just pottering around the room, like knocking on walls and such. Jazad, you look around, and then you smell something weird, like some sort of incense smell. You follow the smell, and you come to a piece of the wall, and you feel across the wall, and you feel a crack, and you reach and just with your fingertips, you slide all over that wall where the crack is, and you find a little piece of the wall that seems more smooth than the rest. You press it, and there's a click, and a part of the wall opens outward. And there seems to be a corridor leading sort of diagonally down. And from that corridor, from the end of that corridor, you can see light, glimmering light, and you can hear mumbling voices.
How many?
Listening? 3. One is very deep. One is a female voice.
But not voices I remember?
It's hard to say. They're a decent bit away, and they're not very loud. You can't make out any specific details from so far away. The corridor seems about 30 or 40 feet long.
I once again I sneak back up to the trapdoor and I go, Barcos, come on down. Did Barcos come down already or no?
I think he's still in the kitchen.
Yeah, Barcos, come on down.
Okay, I'm following.
Okay, you're now all. You close the trapdoor behind you as you head down.
Does it look like it's openable from?
Yeah, you can open it from underneath. Yeah.
All right, let's do that.
Okay. So you close the trapdoor, and now you're all in the basement, in the cellar.
And once again, I'm like, absolute quiet. And but then I point at the message at each of them.
Okay.
I tell them the same thing. 3 voices, weird smell, down that corridor. We get this. We just go and get the surprise on them right now. We inch forward close, listen, see what's going on, and then if we have to, you attack. And then I motion for our half-orc to lead on.
Into the corridor, sort of. So, what are you doing?
So I
Then I
lead on.
follow behind him.
Are you running in, or are you sneaking in, or are you walking in? Okay. So that will be a stealth check then. This time with disadvantage because you're armor.
Yes.
Natural 1. Okay, so as soon as you start sneaking, let's call it sneaking, down the corridor, you can hear the voices stop, and then a voice that you recognize as that of Linvin, the halfling mare, saying, Who's there? What you want? I told you to stay up there.
I just stop, and then
You can hear now the innkeeper voice, Romina, saying, Beleg, go check what's going on. All right, I'll do it. Sure. And you can hear rumbling footsteps coming your way.
Mm-hmm. And I start. This is.
So.
You know what I do?
No.
I prepare charm person. So, as soon as I see him.
Okay. So the half-orc rounds the corner and sees the 3 of you coming towards him, about maybe 10 feet away or so, at the moment, or maybe 15 feet away. You let loose the charm person. So let's see. That's a wisdom save. That's a natural 15. With a -1 is a 14. That's still a success.
That passes.
Yes.
He wins.
So this time he just sees you and says, "Intruders! Protect the shrine!" And he just whips out from behind his back a large metal warhammer that's glistening.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, right.
In like a golden, with a layer of gold on top of it, basically, and it's basically barring you the entry to the room behind. Okay, we are in initiative. Gel's not here. Actually, Linman is first, the mayor. You can just hear him shouting, "Who is that? Is it the outsiders? Yes, it's them!" And you can hear what sounds like a crossbow or something being basically readied, like a clink sound. Then Ramina is you can hear her voice saying, "Let them not protect the shrine at all costs. Do not let them enter, Balak." And she starts mumbling something under her breath.
Language that we know.
In fact, yes, you do speak it. It is infernal, and she seems to be calling for help from an entity whose name you have heard before. The entity's name is Baal.
I feared it.
It is your turn now, Renazur.
Yes.
What you do? The Harkok
I expand 2 of my
control points.
control points
Yeah.
For temporary hit points.
Okay, yes. The strong survive. You feel the creature inside of you awakening as it hears the name Baal, and as you rip away half of your control points to fuel your power, you pull on the demonic energies inside of you and wrap yourself into a protective layer of infernal magic. How many temporary hit points do you gain?
8.
Okay, excellent. 8 temporary hit points.
I had only 3 control points.
Oh yeah, sorry, you're level 3. Sorry, yeah, my bad. So it's more than half.
More than half.
Excellent. Even better. The creature inside of you is now awake, and you can hear it inside your soul.
As a bonus action, I use Hulking Form.
Isn't that a bonus action? The Strong Survive? Yeah, the Strong Survive is a bonus action.
Oh.
Yes.
Sorry, I didn't read it. Then
Okay.
I use Booming Blade at the padlock.
Okay, so you run up, your blade covered in electricity, and you swing down onto him once. Give me an attack.
Yes.
Oh, is that the... No, that's the stealth check, right? The feat 5 that I can see there. 14 is a hit, yes. He's not very fast, and he's not moving much. He's just blocking you, basically. You smash into him. Roll damage.
And
12 points, nice. Wow.
and Hulking Form damage is...
Oh! You can't use Hulking Form at the same turn. It's
sorry.
Yeah. Okay,
Sorry.
so you just run in with a booming blade, you strike across his chest,
12
dealing a
damage.
massive 12 damage, leaves behind a deep gash, blood comes out, and electricity now surrounds his forehead. He's like, huh? What? What's going on? That was Renazur's turn. Jazad, you're up.
Negotiation is over.
Yeah, looks like it.
I pull out my little tin flute and I start playing a song, and it's an orcish song, but it fills out and the notes go out into Belloq's brain, and what I'm doing is I'm casting Vicious Mockery.
Okay.
But the vision that I'm giving him in his brain for this, the string of insults is, he remembers a time when he was alone and hungry and starving.
Okay,
that is what I'm doing.
He starts shaking and shaking his head as well. Wisdom saving throw with a natural 17, so that he shakes it off. 16 total.
Mm-hmm. And I try to put some distance between me and the melee.
Yeah, and he just shouts out, "I'm gonna rip you to shreds!" towards you. That was Jazad's turn. Veracus, you're up.
Alright, I guess with my remaining spell slots, I'm going to cast
Yeah.
I'll cast Witch Bolt
Against
Bella.
Yeah, you can only see Bella. Yep. Okay. Roll an attack.
Oh, and I've been forgetting to do the wild magic.
Oh yeah, also the one. Yes. Let's see.
I'll do that. Hey.
Boom! Gotta like that.
Did you roll? What?
So did you want to roll the wild magic or?
No, it's okay. Was that the hit roll?
Oh, that was the wild magic. Don't you roll that first, or?
Yeah, the wild magic. That nothing happens. 20 is no. So only you need to roll a 1.
Oh, is it a 1? Oh.
Yes.
Oh, I thought that was the hit. Oh no.
No, that was
All
wild
right.
magic. Yeah, you have to roll wild
Roll the
magic before the hit. And the hit is a 19. Yeah, that's definitely hit. The electricity streaks past Renazur, surrounding Bellag, but he shakes most of it off without any problems.
He's already electrified.
Yes, he's already electrified, exactly.
Can
Yeah.
Can I burn my quicken spell to channel Witch Bolt again?
No, it would be actually. Let me check what that does real quick. I think you have to cast a different spell with quicken spell.
I think you can cast a cantrip with quicken. You can cast a spell that requires a spell slot and a cantrip using quicken spell.
Quicken spell. When you cast a spell that has a casting time of 1 action, you can spend 2 stories point. You can't change the casting time to 1. But okay, so you have to use quicken spell before using Witch Bolt. But I can say yeah, you did that. So you cast the Witch Bolt as a bonus action with quicken spell. So you now still have your action. So if you have a cantrip that is an action, you can still cast it, like I don't know, firebolt or something. I don't know.
Well, I can't just channel Witch Bolt again.
No.
All right. And if I cast a cantrip, would it cancel the concentration of Witch Bolt?
No, it would not.
Okay. I'll just chill touch then.
Okay.
And I believe that is just he just has to make a DC 14 save.
That's a fail with a natural 3.
All right. So it's a D8.
Chill touch, yeah. 5 points of damage, and his speed is reduced, right? That's the one.
Can't regain hit points.
Oh, that's the one. Okay. Yep. Even better. Okay. Yeah. His teeth start to just crackle in his mouth as the chill spreads through his body. And that was your turn. Belag now will just bring this mace, this golden warhammer, down onto Renazur, strike down twice upon him, and he will
Cutting
just
words.
say, "Work, you piece of shit!" as he strikes at Renazur twice. Cutting words?
On the first strike on the cutting words, I say,
the first strike
this is the end
anyway.
for you.
The first strike misses.
Okay.
Anyway.
Okay.
The second strike is also misses, so you don't need to. He just strikes twice, but the warhammer doesn't seem to be as familiar to his hand as his usual mace is, and he misses Renazur twice. Limban, however, jumps around the corner with his hand crossbow drawn, and will take a shot past Belag and hit Renosaur with it, if he hits anyway. Yep, that is a hit, definitely. And the crossbow bolt streaks into you. And let's see.
So I'm still, but you're still going to count that as a use of cutting words?
No. You haven't used it. No.
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 Can I use cutting words on that then?
You can. That's a minus 1d6.
Yeah.
Okay.
-3.
Okay, I had a 18 minus 3 is a 15, which is a miss. And he disappears back around the corner, reloading his crossbow. Ramina, you can hear her sing, and you can see a large blade made of red light appearing in the air. It flies past Billig and chops down onto Renosaur. And that is a miss, however. Renosaur blocks the blade with his greatsword, immune to all kinds of damage. And that was their turn. Renosaur, it's your turn.
Now I grow in size, and
All right.
I hope I have enough space.
Okay, yes, you do. The corridor is big enough, just barely. So you guys now see Renosaur. His form is growing as he towers now above his opponent. His muscles swell as he uses his hulking form ability. And as he just draws upon the power of the demon inside of him to fuel his strength. And Billig goes wide-eyed, but just still doesn't take a step back.
It seems this hammer does not belong to you. And I take another booming blade at him.
Okay. And your blade has also grown in size, so now the greatsword is an even bigger greatsword. 12 is just barely a hit, yes. His armor class, he's not very fast. So you can roll, don't forget your 2d6 plus 3, yeah, that's 8 damage, plus your hulking size, 1d4, so 11 damage in total. Bellag is not looking good. He's heavily injured now, surrounded by crackling electricity, stumbling backwards a little bit. Blood's running down 2 deep cuts.
Can I use my last? No, I can't.
No, you used bonus action to grow.
Yes, that was it.
Yep. Okay. That was Renosaur's turn. Jazad, you're up.
I look at it. I just say, Bellag, this is what you get for being willfully ignorant. Vicious mockery.
And that is a natural 8, so that's a fail. 3 points.
Psychic damage?
Yep, that would kill him. However, as he's a half-orc, as he's falling to the ground, his rage kicks in, and he just looks up and keeps standing.
And he has disadvantage on his next attack.
All right. Barricus. And he's gone. Cool. You are losing people rapidly.
Yeah, apparently.
Oh, there he is.
We're back.
Okay.
That was weird.
Yes.
I'm going to just catch.
You still have the witch bolt going. Don't forget about that.
Oh yeah.
In the air between you and Bellag.
I'm going to channel that witch bolt.
All right. As he only has 1 hit point left, the witch bolt just tears him apart. How do you want to kill him?
I'm gonna send it the witch bolt straight down his throat, right into his mouth.
The crackling electricity as he's roaring with rage as his half-orc's endurance doesn't allow him to fall. The witch bolt in that very moment enters his mouth, goes down his throat, and you can see the electricity inside his throat as the glow protrudes through his skin, and then smoke just comes out of his mouth and his eyes as they pop, and he falls to his knees and then falls backwards. And the way into the chamber is free. Yeah, Beleg is dead. Linwin will pop back in, see that Beleg is dead, and take a shot at Renazor with his crossbow, and will miss, and then leap back out of the way, out of sight. Romina now steps into view, wielding a dagger in one hand and directing her spectral blade with the other. You will not defoil the shrine of Baal! And he just swings down her spectral blade and her dagger against Renazor. You see red light dancing in her eyes. The dagger misses. The spectral blade, however, will hit.
Cutting words.
Let me cheat. I'm not even sure you can do that, but you can probably, yeah. Let's see. Yeah, I think you can. Just roll cutting words. Roll a d6.
Yep. Baal's reign ends here today. 6.
Yep, you miss. She misses. The spectral weapon misses as well. No! My master! This is the heart of his power! That was their turn. Renazor.
I guess she is in melee.
Yes, she is. She stepped up to you.
Just a moment. I have a look at the.
You have 1 control point left.
Now I. Yes. I will attack her with booming blade.
Okay.
That was this one.
Oh yes, that is very much a hit. There's no way she can do anything against that. 13 points of damage. Wow. Okay.
And I expand my last control point for a bonus action attack.
Okay. So you channel the fury and use Infernal Blade for 1 additional attack. A 14 is just barely a hit, yes. However, first thing you need to do is roll a control check. So that is a wisdom saving throw.
Wisdom saving throw.
Yes. A 13, that is barely a success, as the creature within you trashes, angry of this theft of its power, but you keep it in control, as the seals that are carved into your flesh flare with red light, and the creature is pushed back. And so you hit again, rolled another damage.
I hit again.
11 points. With 2 mighty blows, you bring Romina nearly down to her knees. She's barely standing after this. And it is Jazad's turn.
I start moving forward.
Okay.
And I just take a look at her and I say, this is what Baal really wants of you. Vicious mockery.
That's a 21, so she is not impressed at all.
End of my turn.
Okay. Barricus.
Where are Ramina and Linwin in proximity to
You have
each
no
other?
idea where Linvin is. He's somewhere in the room. You can't see him. Ramina is at the very entrance of the room. She's basically standing on Belag's body, that's still smoking, and she's facing the giant form, the large form of Renazur, who's filling most of the tunnel with his big,
Okay.
massive muscles. But you can still see her.
I guess I'll just go for a chill touch.
Okay. What's that? What check is that?
That is a...
Is that a con? I don't know. I
I
forget.
think it's a Constitution. Yeah.
I think this
I think
is
it's
a spell
fine.
attack.
Is it? Chill touch. Let's see.
Shield touch might be. Shield touch. That's on the
Oh,
wizard
it's a
spell.
ranged
isn't
spell
it?
attack.
Oh, it's a ranged spell
Yeah,
attack.
it is.
Okay. Then roll a ranged spell
Yep.
attack.
Mhm.
16 is a hit, yes. 1 damage. She survives. Okay, it is now Linvin's turn. Will pop back up and take another shot with his hand crossbow against Renazur. Yeah, this time he will hit with a... Cutting words or anything? Anyone?
Nope.
Okay, so...
I'm out of bardic inspirations.
Okay, Renazur, you take 15 points of piercing damage as the sneak attack hits you straight in the neck, the side of the neck, the little hand crossbow bolt sticking out of your massive neck muscles now. And he ducks back into cover, as usual. Ramina will reach out, drop her knife. She will reach out with both hands, trying to grab Renazur, and she will shout out in infernal, "My Lord Baal, destroy this blasphemer!" And as she's trying to grab onto you.
Some inflict wounds.
Yes, inflict wounds very much. With a 22, that's definitely a hit. And that is a 2nd level inflict wounds.
Ooh.
As the powers of the infernal magic hit Renazur, and that will be 4d10. Fun.
That is a nasty spell.
That will be 25 points of damage to Renazur as the infernal energies of Baal break through your own infernal energies and just threaten to overwhelm you. Are you still standing?
No.
And Renazur falls to ground, half torn apart, bleeding everywhere as parts of his flesh are corrupted and rotting. And Ramina just starts laughing like crazy. The red glow on her hands, and then her spectral blade will streak past and attack Jazad. And that will be a hit.
For sure.
Yeah, you don't have very high armor class.
Oh, no.
That will be 8 points of damage for you. As this red spectral blade cuts into your flesh, or through your spirit, actually, not so much the flesh. Ramina, heavily wounded, bleeding all over, nearly dead, but glorious and mad in her exaltation of the power of her lord. It is her turn. Over. Renazur, death saving throw.
Is
sorry?
Renazur a half-orc?
Yes,
Yes.
Oh, yes, you're right. You're not on the ground, in fact. You're still standing. Good point. Good catch. You have 1 hit point. You're sort of kneeling before her, but your half-orc strength does not allow you to fall yet.
Is hacking from now still up?
Yes, it is. You have not fallen unconscious, so it is still up. It is not a concentration check. Not concentration. You're still massive.
Then I will hit her
Okay, you just
with booming
lift
blade.
back up. All right, bringing her the blade down to finish her off. She looks about as badly injured as you are. One last mighty swing. 19, yes, that is a hit. Let's see if she has a spell to stop that. No, she does not. She has to take it. And how do you want to kill her? With these 10 points of damage.
I leave her right in the middle through.
Okay, you just...
With the giant blade.
You leap back up and you like cry out your defiance, refusing to fall, as she had already thought that you're dead. Swing your blade horizontally and just cut through her midsection, through her small of her back, and just and her body falls into 2 pieces onto the ground.
And they regain 3 hit points.
You do, because you steal part of her soul. As
Yes.
she is her soul is screaming, dragged down into hell. But you grab some part of her soul energy, and you regain 3 hit points indeed. And you can still move if you want.
I move towards the halfling.
Okay, you run into the room, and you can now see this room is not very large. It has a sort of a pool in the middle that is not filled with anything, and there is an altar made of black stone, and above that altar is a symbol carved into the stone of the wall itself, and the symbol is basically a skull with flaming eyes, and that surrounding that skull are blood drops just dripping down the wall, basically. And the skull has sharp teeth, and the mouth of the skull is open. And there is, in front of that skull, on the altar, is what looks to be a stone bowl of some kind. The halfling himself is cowering behind the altar, reloading his hand crossbow.
Can I get behind some cover?
There is no cover in this room. There's nothing except for the altar. And you're too big to hide behind the altar, I'm afraid.
Yes, of course.
Renazor, that was your turn over. Jazad.
I rush into the room.
Yep, you see the halfling who's just getting ready to reloaded his crossbow, just getting ready to shoot.
I pull out my rapier.
Okay.
And I say, "This is your last chance, Linwin. But before that, your feet smell vicious mockery."
16. He ignores that. He's way too confused. By the way, give me an intelligence check.
Sure.
Barikas, your turn.
Alright, I'm gonna run into the room, and do I see anything in the altar? In the bowl?
Yes, there is something small and dark.
Can I cast Mage Hand to grab?
You can,
it?
certainly. Give me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh boy.
As your mage hand materializes and you go for it, the altar starts glowing in this unearthly reddish light, and you can feel a pressure building in your head. But you shake off the pressure just barely, and your mage hand lifts out what looks to be a heart. Weirdly enough, it is still dripping blood.
I am going to pull it to me.
Okay, the heart flies through the air, and Linwin follows it with his gaze and says, "No! No!" And as the heart flies through you, you can see the runes on the altar. There's some like red runes in the altar that are now flaring to life, but they're only flaring to life for a brief second and then start to die down again.
Alright.
Jazad, you now recognize this halfling. You have seen his face before. You have seen his face before in your home city on wanted posters. This man, this halfling, is an assassin known as Red Bolt that has been wanted and has 50 gold pieces on his head.
Excellent.
Anyway, it is his turn now. He will pop up and take a shot at Renozor, trying to finish him off. He cannot use sneak attack anymore, sadly enough. And it is also a miss. He's nervous. His hands are shaking. The crossbow hits the ceiling above your head, bounces off, falls to the ground. No, no! He hides behind the altar and disappears. I mean, yeah, obviously he's somewhere behind the altar. Rhinozor, your turn.
Yes. Can I reach him?
You can, certainly. The altar is only about 15 feet away from you. So you run up, you run around the altar, you see the halfling covering there. He dropped his hand crossbow, has drawn out a dagger and a short sword, and I assume you smash down onto him, you cut down onto him?
No, I'm still in control of myself.
You are.
And I try to intimidate him. Drop down your weapons. You are surrounded.
Okay, give me an intimidation check with advantage as this massive beast roars into the halfling's face.
Intimidation is...
You can use strength. You do not have to use charisma for this.
That's... Sorry.
24, that is definitely a success. Linwin drops to the ground, drops both his weapons, and starts shaking. And he's like, no, please, please don't hurt me. I haven't done anything to you. Please don't hurt me. He's retreating now, backwards against the wall, backing away from the altar, and the fight is over.
I go into my pack and I pull out a piece of paper.
Okay.
And it is a contract.
Okay.
And it's an affidavit. And I go over and I pull out a pen and I say, all right, now that you're, well, obviously you're going to need to be bound, but you're going to sign this. It's just a formality. You need to sign this. Don't bother reading it over. It's just ironclad contract.
Sure. Whatever you say.
Your life belongs to me now.
Whatever you say. Whatever you say.
Here you go. Sign.
He signs Linwin down there. There you go.
Wonderful. Great. Rhinozor, can you restrain him?
Of course.
Excellent. And I cast Zone of Truth.
So you just grab him and lift him up, basically. He's a halfling, so you can easily lift him. It's not a big deal, especially enlarged as you are. Although it is slowly running out, but still, you have a couple more seconds. Okay, Zone of Truth. That's going to be interesting. Let's see. And my computer's lagging. Come on, Zone of Truth. There we go. 15 feet, so it would fill the whole room. Which means he has to make a charisma saving throw. And that is a natural 5, so that's a fail.
Excellent. Wonderful. That's good.
What is it? What do you want of me?
Hello. I am. I didn't mind earlier. I'm Jazad Magmathane Esquire, and I have been hired by the Church of Pellor and the Crown to investigate what has been going on here. You are Red Bolt, correct?
Yes. How do you know that?
Oh, I'm from Halvek, of course, and I've seen your wanted posters everywhere. You're gonna just answer my questions, and then you can come with us alive. You will be returning back with us to Halvek.
Anything, just leave me alive. Please don't let this monster kill me.
Oh, the more you cooperate, the more you will survive. So Red Bolt, what are you doing here? Why Baal? And what did you do to my friend, Brother Marcius? Why do you have his heart?
It was Ramina's idea. She was a devoted of the god of murder. She said she'll. I don't give a shit about that. But she promised protection for me and my people.
Your people? Who are your people?
Well, the villagers, my people. They're working for me. We were. Well, we ran a business here.
Assassins.
Well, I mean, outlaws, people who have been wronged by the king and the nobles.
Right.
And people
yeah.
like money and do not like to work.
Right. Good. That's. I don't really have much for you. Renzo, you can do with him as you wish. There's a 50 gold bounty on him. Was that bounty dead or alive?
Yeah.
Dead or alive, I don't much care at this point.
No, please, you promised you will leave me alive.
He will. And they cut his throat.
How do you want it? With the greatsword? That doesn't really work. Okay, well, I guess you just hold him in one hand and push the blade of the greatsword against his throat. He's trying to push it away with both hands, but you're way too strong, and you just do this basically. And the greatsword cuts through his neck and nearly severs his head.
Well, I guess Baal got a little bit of what he wanted today.
You can now hear, by the way, screams from outside. They're very muffled because the walls and the ceiling above you, but they're definitely screams of fear and terror and pain outside.
Yes, the shades are back.
Yes, I suppose, but they won't be hurting us, I don't think. So, just looking around, anything cool other than that nice shiny warhammer that I'm definitely going to grab?
There is the knife, the dagger, I should say, that Romina had, the sacrificial dagger. It's a slightly curved dagger with a ruby in its hilt. That's probably worth some money.
Yep, grabbing all that, and then.
And there's also the symbol of Baal on the wall that has some silver work inlaid into it.
Renazok, you just destroy that.
Can I borrow the Warhammer for a minute?
Oh, that sounds absolutely wonderful, of course.
Okay, as you touch the Warhammer, it feels you feel a tingle of pain going through your hand.
Ouch.
It's not hard, like, it hurts. It doesn't hurt enough for you to actually drop it, but it's just unpleasant to hold it.
Can I use it to smash the altar?
Sure, you step in. You can't. Well, I guess you can smash it a little bit. The altar is made of stone, so it's hard to smash. But you can definitely smash the symbol and the bowl that held the heart.
Yes.
Yeah, you step in, and as the strength is leaving you, the very last few seconds of your hulking form, you just use the warhammer and smash it into the wall and onto the altar. And weirdly enough, a creature using infernal magic uses a holy weapon of Pellor to destroy an altar of a demon god. Things that happen in D&D. Anyway, and yes, after a few mighty strikes, the symbol is destroyed and the altar is damaged, and the bowl is also smashed into pieces. And
I look around. Is Barricos still around?
Barricos is still holding the heart, in his grip. It's like floating in front of him.
Check this out, guys. Squish, squish.
Look at. oh no! Don't no! That's no. You see, no. We need to return that to him because my brother Marsha said, "Brother, no more." We need to return him his heart so that way he can be whole again. Let us leave and leave these murdering town people to their own demise. It's all their fault.
Okay, you climb up there, and the scream stopped, As you step out into the inn, you can see the inn is empty, the door is wide open, and you step out into the night air, and you can see most of the torches have gone out, but the few that remain are enough to see the dozens of bodies just lying out in the street. Women, men, few children, none have been spared. And you can see the shadows moving as the shades, the shadow creatures are just drifting in and out of existence through the walls and such. And you can see a now well-known glimmering blue figure coming towards you. The shades just parting to let him pass, or it pass, as the spirit reaches out a hand towards you.
You looking for this? Hey, throw it with my mage hand.
He catches it from the air, and then it disappears in his grip, and it disappears in a puff of black smoke. And you can see the form shimmers and lands on the ground, and the wound across the chest, the throat closes. You have done well. I have obtained my revenge. Justice is red. Go now. Return to my former masters and tell them what happened here. Tell them what happens to the servants of Pellor, the servants of the light in these dark times.
Wait, just so I can understand that. Tell them what happens to the servants. Oh, that he was killed?
Yes, the Church of Pellor is too weak to survive in these times. The light flickers and dies as the darkness grows.
I will certainly do what I can to pass the word upon. Are you Brother Marcius now?
No,
Are you left?
no longer. I have changed. Pellor has dropped me and allowed for me to be murdered, sacrificed. I have found a more worthy patron now, one that allowed me to return and gain my vengeance.
Who might that be?
Well, I hope things work out for you too. I'm going to go this way now. Goodbye.
Leave. Go to the world of the living and tell them darkness is coming and it will devour Orelon. And with a gust of wind that passes through his form, he disappears. The shadows all look up, and you can see a whole ocean of red eyes staring at you from the darkness. And then, one after the other, they just blink out of existence. You can see the shadows of the fallen rise up and also disappear as they are pulled away by their murderers. And that's the end of this adventure with this little nice scene. Thank you for watching, everyone. This went a little longer than expected, but I guess that's what happens with most of my one-shots, so I shouldn't really be surprised by now. I hope you had fun. And
I did. That was awesome. Thanks, man.
Let me know in the comments below the video what you think about the adventure, and let me know if you want to play with us, guys. I'm always running one-shots, as you know, and you're always welcome to join. So we're going offline for now. Thanks for watching, and goodbye.